Happy Tuesday and welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, been busy doing a little couple things back here, but glad to be here. I will say this, man. Today, I had no sleep last night. I kid you not, no sleep. I don't know, maybe an hour somewhere in there, and that's an hour accumulated of 15 minutes or so of actual sleep. But I'm glad to be here in the morning. I got a couple of clips that I said that I was going to show you yesterday, but because the wife texted me in, called me in, I didn't show you guys. But today I will show you. And one of them was the whole socialist mentality of workers should own the means of production with Ben Shapiro. So I will show you that, and then also I will share the joke from Jay Larson. Jay Larson is actually a good comedian. I don't think he's the best, but in this one skit that he made in the Conan O'Brien show, I think he was very, very, very funny. So I will share those two clips with you guys just for fun. And I do have a live from yesterday that we didn't get to, but there is actually a live going on right now. So let me try to find that, and then there it is. Okay, and then let's go ahead and start the morning with the live from the White House. This is like a few minutes ahead of me, so just so that you know. Before we go there, let me grab this live so that I can actually monitor the chat. There we go. Okay. Now I see you guys. Okay. So now I see you. Let's see. I know. I already say good morning to my man Robert. They've been waiting here for a bit. Aaron Rocha, Trump. I think they stopped by and just dropped the line and say hello. Brian Waza. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, I didn't do my night live, but I'm still going to show off my new The Dennis Herrera Show Seattle full moon drop. If you guys know this, the image was created by yours truly. So I use a mixture of a couple of photos that I've taken, photo of the Seattle, and then a photo of the full moon. That is my photo. I took that photo there. And then the background. You know, we had to put them all together, and bada bing, bada boom. I think it looks all right. You know what I'm saying? It looks all right. It looks all right. Not bad. Not bad. Just candy for the eye. You know what I'm saying? It's just a little distraction. That's all. Let's see. And what else do we have in here? I won Kenobi. ID won Kenobi. Ah, man. Nice intro, he says. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Jonas, greetings room. Communism, speak for the state, controls everything. Man, communism, we don't want commies in this country. All right? We don't want commies in this country. Let's see. Great substance. Good morning. Good morning. As you guys noticed, I updated the members list. You probably didn't even freaking notice, but it's all good. It's all good. Oh man, let's see. This man does not know how to read, says Pedro. Pedro for president. I am sure Pedro can read a lot better than me. Congratulations, Pedro. I hope that I make you happy with giving you some props on your reading skills that nobody gives a shit about. Gulf of America. Gulf of America. Gulf of America. Everybody loves that. Gulf of America. I know I love it. I am very proud of it. And I am happy to be in this country. Only libtards don't know how to wipe their own ass. All right? So stop lying about other people. You are a skank. You skank. Go learn how to wipe your own ass. Ah, man. Hello, Patriot says Green Substance. I saw it the other day, Dennis. I am honored. No, you honor me for being in here. Back to front. Ah, man. You know what? I swing both ways, I tell people, but sometimes it gets lost in translation. So we're not going to make that joke too much. Forget about it. Forget about it. All right. Now, while we watch this live here from President Trump, I will go ahead and start making up my coffee. Just so you guys know, I was chatting in here from my my other YouTube account. It really is it really is an account that I had for my photography channel. You know, when I used to go on hikes and make blogs and stuff. And I have like a few hundred subscribers on there, so I can do lives. Now, I decided to use that as a Spanish channel, but I'm just not doing that much right now. I think the way that is going to work is I do sometimes want to do it. You know, I want to do some Spanish content. It's just I don't have any inspiration. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just don't feel it. If I don't feel it, I don't do it. Period. It's that simple. It is that simple. But that is the whole purpose of the channel. If you see it on there, you see my name, Dennis Herrera, and it's like a 118 dash. You know what I mean? It's a dot something. And that's a channel that I have reserved so that I can do Spanish lives. Now, I'm not sure yet where that's going to go. So, you know, if you guys are wondering why I have two accounts, that is the reason why I have two accounts. Hello to all my Canadian brothers, eh? Scott Barron in the house. I like having Scott in here, man. He's a cool Canadian. I appreciate it. I appreciate every single one of you guys that come in here and say hello, hang out with us for a little bit. My man is back. I know my man is working. Let's see. You know, speaking of the devil, here GT says most maggots don't have any imagination or inspiration. Huh. I wonder what the lazy, pussy-having man socialists on the Democratic Party do, except begging for rich people's money and envying other people's success. I wonder what you have. Now, with that being said, why don't you go back to learning how to wipe your ass and then come back here when you have some manners. Oh, man, I got to have some inspiration. These libtards actually do inspire me sometimes. They inspire me to do better. Anyways, I got to get my coffee, man. Let me go ahead and get my coffee going. And in the meantime, obviously, this is live right now, so I don't know how long it's going to be. So, you know, hopefully, as they say, I don't get caught with my pants down. You know what I'm saying? All right. Robert, love you, bro. I send you a big hug all the way here from the west coast of Washington, my friend. God bless you, Robert. I really, really love you, brother. I wish you the best. With that being said, let's go ahead and get into this.
Beautiful.
Isn't it great?
Little house.
It's a great place.
House.
Well, thank you very much. We've had already a good meeting. We're going to decide to do a little lunch. It wasn't scheduled, but we are going to do it on the fly because we have a tremendous chemistry together. The Prime Minister of Iraq has been amazing. He won an election that a lot of people didn't anticipate could be won by anybody else other than another person who was not, in my opinion, a good person. Not good for America. I don't think good for Iraq. And I played a role in, I mean, it was very important to me to have somebody get in there that can do the job and do it well. And we have a fantastic champion, a new champion. And he won the election very soundly, very conclusively, and he wasn't favored. But by the time they got to know him, he ended up winning, and he's going to be there for a long time. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have the Prime Minister of Iraq with us. He's been a great fighter, and he's been a great fan of America. We'll be discussing that a little bit with you. But they have tremendous oil reserves. They have tremendous potential wealth, and they have tremendous wealth, not only potential. But he's done in a short period of time, he's changed that country so much, especially toward their thinking about the United States. And we have partnerships. Chris was just saying we have tremendous oil partnerships all of a sudden being formed over the last short period of time. And I guess you're going to be announcing them this week or next week. But massive, among the largest. So they have done a fantastic job over the last very short period of time. But they have a great leader, the new Prime Minister. He's a great leader. I think he's going to be there for a long period of time. And it's great to have you at the White House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And he's a young man. He's young and he's handsome, which I don't like. I'm not happy about that.
شكرا جزيلا. لقد عقدنا اجتماعا جيدا وقد دعوته إلى وجبة الغداء، وهذا لم يكن ضمن البرنامج والجدول الذي اتفقنا عليه، لكن هنالك كيمياء عظيمة بيننا وبينهم. رئيس الوزراء يقوم بعمل رائع. أنا لم يتوقع أحد أنه سيفوز في هذه الانتخابات، لكن المرشح المضاد له كان شخص لم يعجبني ولم تكن لديه آراء جيدة تجاه أمريكا، لكن كان من المهم جدا لي أن تفوزوا أنتم في هذه الانتخابات، وأنتم تقومون بعمل رائع جدا. والآن لدينا فائز جديد لم تكن حظوظه كبيرة، لكنه مع ذلك نجح في هذه الانتخابات. هو شرف عظيم بالنسبة لي أن أستضيف دولة رئيس الوزراء هنا في البيت الأبيض. هو محارب عظيم، وهو أيضا من المعجبين بأمريكا والولايات المتحدة. العراق طبعا دولة غنية لديها كثير من الاحتياطات النفطية، وهي دولة مليئة بالثروات، وفي وقت قصير تمكنتم من القيام بالكثير وتغيير، على الأقل تغيير شعور العراقيين تجاه أمريكا. وكما قال كريس وزير النفط وأشار إلى ذلك، أن هنالك صفقات تجارية كبيرة في مجال النفط سوف يتم الإعلان عنها هذا الأسبوع. أنتم تقومون بعمل رائع وقمتم بعمل رائع خلال وقت قصير. رئيس الوزراء طبعا هو أيضا قائد عظيم، وأعتقد أنكم ستخدمون في هذا المنصب لمدة طويلة. طبعا أنتم في مقتبل العمر أنتم شاب أيضا ووسيم، وهذا طبعا لا يعجبني، لكن مع ذلك شرفني أن أستضيفكم هنا.
Thank you. أشكر حفاوة الاستقبال إلى فخامة الرئيس دونالد ترامب.
Thank you for the warm welcome by His Excellency President Trump.
وهذه هي زيارتي الأولى
This is my first visit
إلى الولايات المتحدة
to the
الأمريكية.
United States of America.
فهذه الزيارة لم تكن زيارة عابرة،
This visit was not just like any visit,
وإنما زيارة إعلان شراكة اقتصادية.
rather it's an announcement of economic partnership,
تحدثت مع فخامة الرئيس.
where I talked to His Excellency.
30/9 سوف تخرج القوات
By
الأمريكية،
the 30th of September, the U.S. forces will be out of Iraq,
وسوف تدخل الشركات الأمريكية.
while U.S. companies will be inside Iraq.
ودائما تخلق العلاقة المجتمعية هي الشراكة الاقتصادية وليس العسكرية.
While the social relations is about like economy, it's not like about like military relations.
أنقل تحياتي
I would convey my greetings
من أقدم حضارة في
from the
العالم
oldest civilization in the world,
إلى أكبر قلب اقتصادي
to
في
the
العالم
biggest
وتكنولوجي.
economic and technology heart in the world.
وأكرر شكري إلى فخامة
And I
الرئيس على
reiterate
حفاوة الاستقبال.
my thanks to His Excellency the President for the warm welcome.
Good. Thank you very much. Please. Go ahead.
سمو سعادة رئيس الوزراء، ما الخطأ الأمريكي للحصر السلاحي للاشتراك بيد الدولة وكم انتباه اليوم وعدم مهاجمة الموضوع؟ هل هذه أهداف ممكن أن تتحقق قبل سبتمبر؟ Mr. President, if I may.
Who you with?
I'm with the Arabia. I thought that there is more.
Okay.
Sir, is the military attack Iran. It's a strategy to bring them back to the table. Was it to degrade them so the regime will eventually fall?
Well, we don't think we need the military there anymore. You know, it's a very a big operation. And what we do have is the oil companies are all going in now, and they're doing partnerships with Iraq, and they're getting along very well. The relationship is a whole big relationship where we don't need the military there. We're there to help them. We're there to protect them if need be, but we don't think that's going to be necessary. And their primary, I consider an opponent. They might have considered a friend, but I consider that an opponent was Iran, was a big burden on Iraq because they were the bully of the Middle East, as you know. And we were just talking about that, but they're not going to have that problem anymore because Iran has been very much destabilized, and really their military power is just a tiny fraction of what it was just 4 months ago. So they're not going to have that problem. I think that it's really, in a sense, it's given them freedom to do what they have to do. And I think that's one of the reasons that our oil companies are going in there at levels that have never been seen before. So, you want to answer?
شكرا جزيلا على السؤال.
Thank you for your question.
ابتداء في منهاج الحكومي
According to the program of the government,
هو حصر السلاح بيد الدولة،
is to restrict the possession of weapons to the state.
وهذه نقطة أساسية
And this is a basic point.
ولدي قرار بها غير قابل للخيار.
And this is like a decision, it's not an option.
تم استلام
We received
أسلحة كثيرة من قبل بعض الفصائل،
weapons by different factions,
واللي يسلم سلاحه
and whoever surrender his weapon
ويتحول إلى جهة سياسية ومدنية.
turned into like a political or civilian.
من ناحيتنا سيتم التعاون معه.
We will cooperate with them.
بعد 30/9
After the 30th of September,
لا حاجة لوجود أي
there's
فصائل،
no any need for the presence of any faction,
لكون الفصائل
because factions
هي حاجة وليس مهنة،
is a need, it's not a profession.
وماكو مبرر لبقائهم بعد
There's not
30/9.
any justification for their existence after the 30th of September.
إن شاء الله نهاية هذا العام أو بداية العام
So hopefully
القادم
by the end of this year or by the beginning of the next year,
سوف نعلن أكبر مؤتمر السيادة الوطني.
the sovereignty conference is the biggest conference in the region.
قرار العراق بيد العراقيين،
The Iraqi decision is backed by the hand of the Iraqis only,
وقواتنا الأمنية قادرة على حماية
and
أراضيها.
our security forces are capable of protecting their borders.
بعد 30/9
After the 30th of September,
لا نسمح لأي جهة تحمل سلاح خارج
we
نطاق
never
الدولة.
accept for any entity to carry weapons outside the control of the state.
Thank you, President Trump. I have two questions. I was wondering if you could explain your changing thinking on the Strait of Hormuz, applying a 20% fee. How did you get to the decision you just
Yeah,
announced?
so when I put that out yesterday, because we've been doing that for many, many years, it was never fair to me that we would be guarding the strait when we basically don't take anything, we don't need the oil at all. And it wasn't important for us, but it was important for allies, it was important for people that we get along with very well, including the major Gulf state countries. So I put it out yesterday, I thought it was good. I was called by different people, different countries, kings and emirs and all of the people that we all know and we all love, and they've been very strong partners. And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars and continue our record setting, because there's never been a time like this with the United States, with the factories, with the plants, with everything else. And we would like to invest tremendously in the United States as opposed to charging a fee. And I like that actually, because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the strait or for any other strait relationship in terms of other sections of the world. I don't think anybody should be really in that position. But we were doing it as a reimbursement. The Gulf states are going to invest a tremendous amount of money into the United States, and that was very satisfactory to me. I think it's actually much better.
If I could also ask, are you aware of why the FBI is looking into Senator Graham's death? Have you gotten any updates on why they were at his home?
Well, I don't know why, because I think, he had a problem. His father had a very similar problem, as you know. It's very unique. At first I heard it was clogged arteries, because he did have clogged arteries. He had a problem with that. He was I wish he took better care of himself. I say, you can solve that problem, but what happened is actually something that's very hard to detect. It was not related to any blockage. It was a totally different thing. And supposedly, and I've watched all the medical reports, I've had the doctors from the White House come in and explain what happened. And this is something that is almost undetectable. And if it happens, there's not much you can do about it. It sounds unfortunate, but there's not much you can do about it. If you look at his father died of the same thing at about the same age. So there was not much. They say it's almost undetectable. You can detect it by if you have a very bad back. That's a sign. It's a bad sign. So if anybody has a bad back, it's a pretty rough thing to think about. But the fact that's one of the primary signs. And he would tell me he had a bad back, but little did anyone realize it was for that. So, and when that bursts, which it did, it burst. There's not much. So I don't see a lot of evil there. I know there's all sorts of conspiracy theories going along, and I don't think the FBI. I think the FBI is wasting their time if they're doing that. Yeah.
Sir, just on the prior question, the Hormuz Strait whole idea for you, that's dead now. That's completely gone.
No, I just told you. You have Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait, primarily, and then others. I spoke to all of them, and they would love to invest more money in the United States at record amounts, and that would be very acceptable. And this way, there's no fee. I don't like the concept of a fee, but at the same time, it's not fair that we're protecting this strait for the entire world, for China and everyone. I don't mind protecting it for China. I don't mind protecting it for anybody, but it's unfair that we're not somehow compensated. And we've been doing this for many years. It's bothered me 25 years ago. It bothered me. During my first term, I was doing things like you have to invest in the United States. But by doing it that way, there's no fee. They're investing and they're getting a return on their money, and it's good. But they're going to be making massive investments into the United States, and I like that much better.
Can I ask you a bit about the meeting that you had today when you discussed OPEC? There's been some reporting that Iraq is pushing for changes to OPEC, a larger share, and even that they might consider leaving it over.
That's the gentleman right here, because here he is. Would you like to know about it?
Are you considering, Mr. Prime Minister, leaving OPEC, or are you pushing for changes within it? And Mr. President, would you support
Well, I support him.
for changes?
I supported him very early I endorsed him, something I rarely do, but I've had great successes endorsing. We just had Colombia, which was a big one. Argentina was a big one. We had many. I've endorsed, I think everybody I've endorsed from a foreign standpoint, they just win.
Yeah.
And, I've been hearing great things. I'm a student of a lot of history, and I do know a lot about the history of Iraq. And I've watched what was happening in Iraq with the elections. And I put a very strong endorsement out because I was very unhappy with the man that was supposed to win the election. And this great gentleman, I think he's going to end up being a great leader. He won. So I'm very happy about that. As far as OPEC, that's his decision, and you might ask him that question.
لا أوبك إحنا أحد البلدان المؤسسة لها.
We are one of the countries that established OPEC.
لكن نريد حقنا وحصة منصفة للعراق.
We need like a fair share for Iraq.
العراق حارب داعش.
Iraq fought ISIS
والإرهاب بأجمعه.
and terrorism at all.
وبدعم الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية.
Support of the United States of America.
وهذه الحرب مع داعش.
This fight with ISIS.
كلفتنا نفقات كبيرة.
It cost us like huge amounts of money.
ودمرت البنى التحتية
And
العراقية.
destroyed the Iraqi infrastructure.
مقدار الضرر اللي أصاب
The
العراق.
damage that really was against Iraq
أكثر من 400 مليار دولار.
is more than $400 billion.
لليوم بعض العراقيين مدن مدمرة.
Until today, like some Iraqi cities are totally destroyed.
ويسكنون في
They're
مخيمات.
like live in camps.
والآن لدي خطة أعيدهم إلى دورهم.
I have a plan to get them back to their homes.
نريد حصة منصفة
We
للعراق.
need a fair share.
لا أكثر من
We
ذلك.
need a fair share.
I might just answer, because if you remember, even though I was a civilian and had no thought of running for president, I get a disproportionate amount of publicity, as you probably heard. And I used to say, don't go into Iraq. don't attack Iraq. Frankly, they attacked the wrong country, and they did a lot of damage. Yeah.
Thank you. Given how the Iranians have been behaving, do you have any regrets about lifting the naval blockade or giving the sanctions waivers?
No, I gave them a chance. I wanted to give them a chance at making a deal. You know, we had a deal 2 days ago. It was done. And then all of a sudden, they couldn't do it. They didn't like something about the deal. They couldn't do it. And they shot first. And that was a big mistake that they shot first, because we have been knocking the hell out of them. They're very difficult people. 47 years we put up with it. The SS Cole, you go back all the way. Thousands of people, thousands of Americans were killed. A lot of soldiers were killed. A lot of soldiers are walking around or not walking around. I mean, they've been so badly injured. The arms, the legs, the face, with the Soleimani, with the bomb. They call it the roadside bomb. Most people call it the roadside bomb. It's a disaster. And I killed him in my first administration. Had I not, it might be a different story today. He was a mad genius. He was probably a madman, but he was a general, and he had total control over the country. And I actually think the leaders of Iran were afraid of Soleimani. But I killed him. And by the way, with him went a very bad person also. They happened to be meeting each other at the airport. And a very bad person from Iraq happened to be a leader of Iraq, happened to be killed in that same incident. So I don't know if I did you a favor or not. I've never asked you that question. You probably would know better than me. But no, I think that what we've done to Iran is we've taken away almost all of their military capability. Go ahead, you explain that. Explain that. Hold on. He has to hear that. Go ahead.
هو بيسأل عن قاسم سليماني وانه كيف تم قتله على يده في الولايه الاولى له في عندما كان رئيسا للولايات المتحده. فالفكره هو طبعا كان شخص ذكي جدا وعبقري، لكنه كان شرير بنهايه المطاف. في حادث استهداف وقتل عراقي كان في صحبته، كانوا يلتقوا في مطار في العراق في بغداد. فهو بيسأل هل هو كان عملكم خدمة أم لا؟ ما هي النظرة بالنسبة لمقتل سليماني؟
أنا في ذاك الوقت لا أمارس السياسة.
At that time I was not in politics.
وأريد كل جيتي نتحدث عن المستقبل شو راح نسوي.
In my visit, I'd like to talk about the future.
شبعانين من ماضينا القديم.
Now, we are fed up with the past.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Kurdistan. Mr. President, thank you for your time. Last year in May, the Prime Minister of Kurdistan region, Masroor Barzani, signed about $110 billion in energy deals with U.S. companies here in Washington, D.C. Mr. President, if Baghdad and Erbil work together better, that investment could grow. What is your message and advice to the leaders in Baghdad and Erbil to work together? Why I'm asking this question? Because you are our miracle makers, Mr. President.
I love this question. It's my favorite question so far, by far. Thank you very much for the question. Look, Baghdad, I think, and I and this country, we're going to make some tremendous music together. We haven't been dealing very much over the last 4 or 5 years with the previous administration. Iraq has tremendous potential because of their oil and because of other things, but because of their oil. And we're going to be doing a lot of deals. We're going to create a lot of jobs for both countries, and we're going to be taking out a lot of oil. A lot of oil is coming out, and the American companies are doing it. Mostly American companies now. They don't want to do business with others. They want to do business with America, and that's good. And that's one of the reasons that I felt so strongly that this was going to be a great prime minister, and I fought for that.
How will you describe your relationship with Kurdistan regional government at this time? Because Prime Minister yesterday had a statement and fully support you.
أنا أنظر للعراق جسد
I look at Iraq as a body.
وكل رقعة جغرافية في العراق هي عضو من جسدي.
Each part of Iraq is part of my own body.
فما راح أميز عضو عن
So
آخر.
I would never distinguish between any organ.
ولا يمكن أن أقطع جزء من جسدي بيدي.
And I cannot cut off any part of any organ from my own body.
كردستان جزء مهم من العراق.
Kurdistan is such an important part of Iraq.
لا يختلفون عن البصرة وعن المحافظات
No
الأخرى.
different than Basra and other provinces.
But because such nice things were said about him, that means he likes the man that said those nice things. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have a question for you and a question for Prime Minister.
Go ahead.
The first question, Mr. Prime Minister, why did you choose the United States as your first trade operator? And what steps, concrete steps do you take when you go back to Iraq to make sure that the agreements you are reaching in Washington, D.C. implemented?
أنا ورثت بلد ثقيل.
I inherited such a heavy burden country.
وأنا كماجستير مالية
I, as I have a master's degree in finance,
حللت الوضع الاقتصادي
I
للبلد.
analyzed the economic situation of the country.
هذا الثقل يراد معي شريك استراتيجي يحمله معي.
This burden, I need such a strategic partner to really lift this burden.
وأهم شريك استراتيجي في
And the
العالم
most important strategic partnership in the
هو الولايات
partner in the
المتحدة
world is the
الأمريكية.
United States of America.
فلم تكن زيارتي عابرة أو من فراغ.
It wasn't just like any visit or I came out of
ولم تكن عاطفية وإنما
So it's not
عقلية.
emotional, it's about mind.
Inflation slowed to 3.5%.
Yeah, thank you.
Will this trend hold now that strikes on our home?
I think so. I think it's going to, inflation's down. We inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. It was the worst in the history of our country from Biden, Sleepy Joe. He might have been sleepy, but boy, he could create inflation like nobody. And I inherited that, and I got blamed for it, and it's not my fault. We are putting it to sleep. And we've done a great job, Scott and Howard and Marco and even Pete, because he's watching his dollars, right? But they've done a fantastic job. We've all done a fantastic job. So we had the worst inflation in history, and the history of our country. I mean, we had months where it was 9 and 10%, and now we have a report just came out. It was just released. Thank you for bringing it up, but the report was incredible. Inflation is way down. That means prices are coming way down, and we're doing a great job. And remember that for the midterms. I say to that camera, remember that because nobody else could do it. Prices are way down. Prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them much lower yet.
Around the world and around the nation are anticipating your big announcement on Thursday night regarding election machines and integrity. Can you give us sort of a sneak peek about what to expect and tell us?
Well, I'd rather save it. It will concern that subject, and we'll have a couple of other things to say also. But I'd rather save it, but it's really big news. It's really, really big news. And our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too, but it's going to be a very big announcement.
Mr. President, your administration pushed hard to shape Iraq's leadership and tied U.S. support to disarming Iran-backed factions. With the September 15th deadline weeks away, what happening in Baghdad misses it, and does the U.S. troops withdrawal from Kurdistan region still proceed on schedule?
I think everything's on schedule. We have a great, here we are. I mean, we're right now, I even called for a lunch that wasn't scheduled, okay? So in that way, but no, we usually, I don't think I've ever done that where we didn't have lunch. I said, let's have lunch. You know why? Because I like them.
At least in lunch.
I like them. So I think that's all going to work out very well. Yeah, please.
Sir, you want this Russia sanctions bill signed within the next week or two, and will you sign it?
Well, I know that Lindsay wanted it very badly. I think they may be adding Iran to it. They're going to add Iran, which is a very big thing. If they did that, they may add Hezbollah too. Just put them if you do business with Hezbollah. So we're looking at that, but they're seriously thinking, and this is in honor of Lindsay. This was his thing. He wanted this more than any other thing. You know how he felt. And there's a good chance that it gets done, but they'd like to add Iran and they'd like to add Hezbollah to it. That's what I'm hearing. So.
And if that means secondary sanctions on China, India, Europe.
Well, we'll have to look. That hasn't been discussed.
My question is for you. The Prime Minister, I say he has launched a campaign to bring things held by militia under the control of the state. How does your administration support him to accomplish this vision? And my second question, how do you envision the future relations between Kurdistan region and Iraq?
I think everything is going to work out. I think the Middle East, believe it or not, is coming together. We're getting rid of the bully of the Middle East. Iran was the bully of the Middle East. They bullied Iraq. They bullied every country. There was fear all over the Middle East with other countries. I understand that, but there was fear. But there's no fear anymore because their military capability has been knocked to hell, and there's no fear. I think the Middle East is coming together like it's never come together before. You can't have a dominant factor like Iran that would kill 52,000 protesters. You know, they killed, nobody likes talking about that. I don't like talking about it. They killed 52,000 protesters. So the bottom line, all regions, I believe, are coming together. And I think this is going to be one of the great leaders right here. It's going to be one of the great leaders in the Middle East. Go ahead, please. Just explain that, please.
أعتقد إنه الآن الشرق الأوسط قد تم ترتيب أوضاعه لأنه إيران ضعفت الآن وهي كانت تتنمر على الجميع، فالآن انتهى هذا الدور ولا يمكن أن نسمح لقوة واحدة أو بلد واحد بأن يهيمن على كامل المنطقة. يعني الناس يغفلون عن أن إيران كذلك، الحكومة الإيرانية قتلت 52,000 متظاهر في إيران. طبعا نحن لا يمكننا نحن لا نتحدث عن ذلك، وأنا نفسي يعني أنا الرئيس أكره أن أفكر في هذا الأمر، لكنهم كذلك. والآن انتهى هذا الدور ولم يعد لإيران أي دور في التنمر على أي من جيرانهم.
And I think we could go into this for a long time. And the bottom line is that we have a fantastic relationship with many countries now. I just came back from NATO. Many of you were there, and you saw how that worked out. It was a phenomenal. It was a love fest, to be honest. And they love the United States. They even like me, but they love the United States. And we're going to cut costs there by hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe. But the NATO event was incredible. Today's event is incredible. This is a potentially really great country, and many people would say it's a great country. We're helping it. We want to help it. We have a fantastic relationship with the new Prime Minister. He's a strong person. He's a very brilliant guy. He's very much acknowledged, or he couldn't have won that election. That was a highly competitive election, and he went out and won, and it's a big story. I mean, it's a big, big story. And I just want to say that the United States has never done better. We're doing well. You know, more people are working today in the United States than at any time in history. We have more things being built. Factories, plants, AI, automobile plants are being built at record numbers, more than we've ever had before. The tariffs have been used very judiciously and properly, and companies are pouring in, and countries are pouring into this country to build factories, because when they build them, they have no tariffs. And we have numbers, $19.2 trillion. As an example, under Biden, it was less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're at $19.2 trillion for 12 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Our relationship with Iraq is, I would say, it went from being not so good to being outstanding. And we're going to have a long-term relationship with Iraq. We're going to have a long-term relationship with a man that will be a great leader. Mark my words. I knew what I was doing. This man is going to be a great leader in the Middle East, beyond Iraq. His influence is going to spread all throughout the Middle East, and we're very happy about it. And we are very happy to have you with us. Thank you very much. I don't think there's anything much else you can ask us. This is a very important meeting. It's something I've never done before. No lunch was scheduled. I said, let's have lunch. I've never done that before. Sometimes we'll have a lunch scheduled, but I've never done this. Right, Susie? This is a first. So I have no idea what we're going to be eating, but it'll be fine. But we're doing it because we like the people that we're with. Thank you very much.
And there you have it. Yeah, you know, people think that I'm always taking Trump's side. Most of the time I am. Most of the time I am. I do disagree with him on a lot of things, but, you know, at the end of the day, I voted for him. And I voted for him because I trusted that he would do what is necessary. And, you know, that's something that's very hard for people to accept. You know, they vote for someone to go in. Now, this is different for the libtards. The libtards, they vote for crap. And when they get abused and oppressed, they love it. Well, American citizens, you know, people with common sense, we don't like that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think there's anything that President Trump is doing to oppress us, Americans. You know, when people talk about ICE agents, you know, abolish ICE, I want to ask, you know, this is something that that kind of pisses me off about some Americans. Some Americans are bitching about illegal immigrants being shot. Well, let me tell you one. Number one, ICE agents go after illegal immigrants, against people who are abusing their green card privileges and they're being revoked. The bottom line is, no matter how you see it, how you slice it, how you dice it, it doesn't matter what excuse you make. If they are not here illegally, they will have nothing to worry about. Period. Period. With that being said, I blame sanctuary city policies. Well, bring it on, bitch. Greg, I wish you say that to my face. Fuck you very much, you pussy. Go threaten your grandma. Go threaten your mama. Maybe your mama is used to those threats, Greg. Come over. I will fucking cut your balls off. Anyways, America first. Anybody that comes into this country needs to respect our laws. Period. It is that simple. It is that simple. What pisses me off is that, you know, it's like they get mad at us. And what the fuck? What? What? Who's trespassing? You know what I'm saying? Who's trespassing? I got a clip for you. I got a clip for you. This is just one of those innocent illegal immigrants being deported. You ready? For those of this pussies that come in here and threaten my life, fuck you very much. I'm nobody's bitch, and I'm not afraid of anybody. I have this thing that some people don't understand. And it's my faith in God. I believe in something. Now, you may not believe on anything. But I believe in God. I believe in Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit. I believe in the Holy Trinity. My soul is saved by Jesus Christ. So I don't give a shit what you say. I don't need your approval for my language. I don't need your approval for anything that I wear. I don't need your approval for anything. I don't need approval from you for jack shit. Only God can judge me. You can't judge me because you're a little bitch. And what pisses me off is people that feel entitled to come into our country to insult us Fuck these guys. Let me tell you something. I know I know thousands of illegal immigrants. I don't go out there and be like, hey, how much per head? Oh, yeah, okay, you know what? I got about a couple of hundred people at this location. Do I collect? Now. I can do that, so shut the hell up. But that's not what we do, is it? No, yeah, it's not Christian behavior. It's human behavior. The people that like to judge us, they think that we need to get insulted and threatened, and we're supposed to sit here like we're Jesus Christ. I'm not Jesus Christ. Sick and tired of people fucking insulting everybody in their face, saying, oh, my freedom of speech. And they're over there harassing people this close, just yelling at them. Man, I'll fuck you teeth out. That pisses me off. Why would I put up with it? You know, unless I can't really do anything about it, I'm going to walk away. You know, it is what it is. Well, I'm saying, you know, this little bitch is coming over here threatening my life. Motherfucker, I'm from El Barrio. You don't know who the hell I am. You lucky I'm a nice guy. And the only reason why I'm a nice guy is because of Jesus Christ. Otherwise, I will be a fucking gangbanger just like you little pussies want people to be. Believe it or not, I watch my tongue more than you think. I can be as violent as you have never seen. I can be a criminal just like you, little leftist pussies. I can be a criminal just like you. But I choose not to. I will defend myself. So you fucking come around knocking, you're going to be going out in a black bag. Don't threaten me or my family. I'm telling you that right now. Voter ID is not racist. I think it's very patriotic. It's very American. And I think is a very big sign of equality. We don't believe that black people are retarded. We don't believe that black people are low IQ. Only Democrats believe that. We believe that black people are just as good, if not sometimes better than us. I just went in and spent $106 because there's a $3 fee for the card transaction. $106, which, by the way, I can't wait to get my license. It is an enhanced license. It is proof of my citizenship. Now, I'm a Hispanic. Now, I don't know how many white people out there can't get a license, an enhanced license, and pay $106 like I did, a migrant who became an American citizen. See, I wasn't born with the privilege. I had to earn my privilege. I come from a third world country, shithole country. From a third world shithole country where gangs was the life every single day in my community. People being delivered in plastic bags in pieces. Gangbangers tattooing the shit out of their bodies, claiming their demonic beliefs. I grew up in all this shit, and a lot of my friends have died because they chose the wrong life. I chose to respect the law. My mother taught me well. I didn't have a father because he died when I was 4 years old. That doesn't mean that I have to act like a little bitch libtard. You little pussies need to grow some balls. You need to stand up for what's good. Stop being a lazy bum, scum of the earth. Grow up. Learn to do something for yourself and become someone. USA is the best country on earth. Period. Period. You don't like it, get the fuck out. That's simple. You don't like it, get the fuck out. That's simple. I ain't got patience for these libtards today. I'll tell you that right now. Here, is one of the innocent, hardworking, illegal Mexicans. This is one of the hardworking Hispanics that are here undocumented. He's just a father. He's just a father. Check this out.
For the warrant! Police! Police!
Look at him. He's just a father. Look, he's praying.
Ponte de pie.
Innocent father. Sur 18 gang. Yeah, just an innocent, undocumented person. Yeah, no big deal. Why should we care about that? It's just an undocumented person. It's no big deal. No big deal. Yeah, well, what was I thinking, right? What was I thinking? This is for my Hispanic viewers right here. Maybe they don't get to see this where they're at, but here in the Dennis Herrera show, why don't we go ahead and show Mexicans what they should be proud of? Let's take a listen. Well, why don't you guys be witness with me and tell me how wonderful and beautiful our Mexican people are and how the government is just so supportive. And that's just fantastic. Here we go.
Muy bien, ha estado maravilloso. No ha habido realmente ningún problema. Muy bien, ha estado maravilloso. No ha habido realmente ningún problema. Y el equipo de seguridad, muy bien también, trabajando todos los días.
Just so you know, that was a little kid chugging down some beer with a bunch of other minors in the back of that pickup.
Mexicanos. Muy bien.
Guys, there's nothing wrong with that. They're just celebrating. They're just Mexicans celebrating. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. You think cartels don't come into our chats? You think cartel members, cartel sympathizers, criminals, illegal immigrants, you don't think that those people come into conservative channels like mine? Of course they do. They want to find out what the hell we're saying. Who is telling the truth? That's what they want us. They want to silence those who are telling the truth. Well, fuck them. This is our country. And if I die for telling the truth, fantastic. Make me a martyr, bitch. But you're going to hell, and I'm not. I'm going to tell you right now, you better repent. You better find some way to get salvation. And I'm going to tell you right now, the only way is to turn from your wicked ways. Accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. You don't have to speak, without cuss words. And do whatever you want. Let God judge you. Let God judge you. But don't you go over there and threaten people. You can defend yourself, but you can't murder people. You understand? That is something that people don't understand when they talk about religion. That's the best Mexican president ever, they say. Yeah, nothing's happening. I mean, she only killed, most of her opponents to become president. Yeah, she only gives, the Cuban, communist free oil. And she also gives millions of dollars in education for Cuba to teach communism to their children, to their country. Mexico has needs for hospitals and the Mexican people need help. And she's going out there and spending millions of dollars on education books for communists in Cuba. She defends communists like Nicolas Maduro. She sees a drug problem coming through Mexico because of the cartels. And she plays it off like there's nothing wrong with that. Richard Rich, what did he say? Why did you block him? Dennis, such a bigoted fool. Fuck you, Richard. Fuck you, bitch. You are probably one of those criminals that I'm just talking about. Fuck it. Let me kick this guy completely. The fuck out of here, Richard. Go suck a big one, you pussy. You know, we're here trying to fight for what's right, for fairness. We're talking about protecting our people, protecting the countries, not just the United States, but I'm talking about Mexico. Mexico has an issue. The drug addicts is not the problem. I can go and inject you with a bunch of fucking drugs. How are you going to get rid of it? You become an addict. Addicts are made. Addicts are forced. At least the United States of America, the Trump administration, is fighting against the drugs, is fighting against the cartels. You can say otherwise. You can say otherwise at all. Yeah, these sons of bitches, they think they can come into our house and shit on the floor and that we're not going to notice? That is crazy. Let me tell you something, man. Before you say that I'm a traitor to my people, I love Mexicans. I really do. I just don't want them here illegally. And if they are here illegally, I warned them, you will get deported at some point. And when that happens, don't blame the United States of America. Because in our countries that we come from, we do the same thing. It's called protecting our country and our countrymen.
Tenemos muy claro, frente a los vecinos, que hay principios que no se negocian y además decimos siempre la verdad.
Dios mío, ¿por qué habla así? Me desespera cómo habla.
Si ellos no quieren que estamos ayudando a que pasen drogas de México a Estados Unidos.
Just so you know, what she says, that there's some things that can't be changed. And if they are just mad at us because we are allowing drugs to go from Mexico to the United States of America, that's what she just said. The president of Mexico just said it herself. They are letting drugs come from Mexico to the United States of America. And I want to see any fucking Latino in here that calls me a traitor to hear that again.
Ellos no quieren que estamos ayudando a que pasen drogas de México a Estados Unidos. También ellos tienen que hacer su parte para que dejen de entrar armas de Estados Unidos a México.
So she says that she allows drugs. Listen to this very careful. And it's funny because a lot of people be clapping on there. Look at the logic of the criminals in this fucking country on this side. Oh, well, the United States of America has the most addiction. Man, fuck you. That's not how you fix the problem, is it? How about we just cut out the supply and let's see what the addicts do? Maybe the addicts will move to Mexico. Vet for Democracy, we know that you're a traitor. You're a fucking pussy. Why don't you go lick your own balls if you can find them and shut the hell up? Thanks for stopping by. With that being said, she says, because the United States of America allows weapons to go into Mexico, she allows drugs to come to the United States of America. Now tell me, what kind of stupid-ass president would say that? If you have a problem with a country bringing in weapons, what do? What, you send drugs to their people? No. You get your military's ass in gear, and you go and investigate, and you fight that shit. Let us deal with our government. Yeah, good job, Miguel. I am sure with the fucking dumbass Hispanic name that you have, that you do have an accent as well, bitch. Did you hear that? Did you understand that accent? Now shut the hell up. Let's go to the next one. Let's continue the speech.
¿Qué? Escuché mal.
Que estamos ayudando a que pasen drogas de México a Estados Unidos.
A la mierda.
We are
Dijo, si ellos no quieren que estamos ayudando a pasar la... O sea, dijo en televisión nacional la presidenta de México que estamos ayudando a pasar la droga. A la mierda.
There you go, libtards. Para todos esos pendejos que están aquí hablando mierdas, ahí está, cabrón. Ahí está la verdad. ¿Y ahora qué dices, pendejo? ¿Ah? Ustedes, hijos de puta, están metiendo todas estas pinches drogas a los Estados Unidos y les duele, cabrón, cuando uno les dice la verdad. Así que chingue su madre, cabrón. You guys like that? That's don't worry. Everything I said in Spanish, I have said in English already. Nothing new. Nothing new.
To go back to your point about leftist violence, you have to understand this is not something new. This is not something that's randomly happening. It happened in China, it happened in Vietnam, it happened in Cuba, which I'm Cuban. So every single time the leftists take over, what do they want? Revolution. To what? Break down the status quo. How do they do that? Not through peace, they do it through revolution. Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, Stalin. Every single time, that's how they do it. And you know who they use? All of you. They use the university students. They use leftists. The authoritarians, the strongmen, convinced the leftists to fight for them. It happened in Iran where the Ayatollah took over. It happened in Cuba with Castro. They get the leftists to disrupt and cause destabilization. Once they take power, they get rid of all of the leftists that help them get in power. Mao Zedong created the Red Guard. When he got in power, he said, all universities canceled. I want you to get my book. It's called The Little Red Book. Put it in your pocket.
Todos estos cabrones aquí en el chat son ilegales, ¿verdad, cabrón? Todos son mojados, cabrón. Todos son mojados. Every single one of these Latinos in here is fucking wetbacks. They are all illegal immigrants. It's a fact. That's why they get mad at me for telling the truth. They don't want me to tell Americans what they're doing. They don't want me to tell that Hispanics are fucking criminals that come into this country. Eddie Hernan is one of those pussies that don't understand what it means to be an American or what it means to be a human, a citizen of a country. He doesn't know how to protect it. He is probably one of those anchor babies, the ones that we have been warning you about. Born in California, he's a fucking son of illegal immigrants. That's right. You're an anchor baby, bitch. That's why you act up. That's why you get mad when I tell the truth. Why don't you actually give thanks to America for the privilege of being an American citizen? Now shut the hell up. What a nasty accent. Here, let me fix it for you. Fuck you very much. Oh, man. These guys, bro. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera, where I chew up all of these pussy illegal immigrants that are in here just causing harm to our great United States of America. Yeah, I know you're an anchor baby. I already know, Miguel. You see what I'm saying? Look, he's saying it like I don't know. I know you. I know that la basura. I know it. I recognize it. I left the basura. You are garbage. You are the scum of California. I bet you walk around with a little Mexican flag saying, this is stolen land. It's stolen land. No, bitch. We bought it from Mexico because they couldn't afford the land anymore. God bless the USA. One time I was at the airport and I saw this Mexican family. Now, I heard some of them speaking some Spanish words. Seriously, Spanish words. And they look hella Mexican, bro. Hella Mexican. And I talked to the old man. And I say, oiga, señor, ¿y usted para dónde va? Que quiero saber. Y me dice, he says to me, I don't speak Spanish. Immediately, in my mind, I was like, get the fuck out of here. You fucking speak Spanish. You're fucking Mexican. And then you know what? He told me that his great-grandparents have always been Texans. Not Mexicans, Texans. And I felt like an idiot. Let me tell you why. I felt like an idiot, not because, he's a Mexican descent that was born in America, not because of that, but because the reason why he was mad at me is because he's a proud American. And I give him props for that. I give him props for that. See, you can be in this country with an accent. You can look Mexican. You can look any type of Latino, Indian race that we have in our countries. You can look like me. You can have an accent like me. But the difference between migrants, legal migrants, and illegal migrants is that we teach our children to love this country, to respect the people. And these pieces of shit, sons of illegal immigrants that get mad at us when we say respect the United States of America, well, that's what they learn. They learn to hate this country, even though this is the land that provides them a job. This is the land that provides them a better living. If you're so proud of being Mexican, get your ass back to Mexico. How many times do we have to say that? It's very simple. It's very simple. Get your ass back to Mexico. Go live in the country of the flag that you wave with pride. Do you wave the American flag with pride? Okay, I take it back. You stay here. If you wave the Mexican flag, get your ass to Mexico. Don't hate me for being beautiful. I am one big, beautiful, legal Hispanic American. Love it. Love it.
You gotta watch this one.
By the way, the RU486 abortion pill is literally enough.
No, we don't want to be Muslims, and we also do not want our children to be Muslims. And whenever somebody says something to me like, well, we got some good Muslims within us, so please don't bring your Christianity to us. They're good right now in the stage that they're at. But you let it continue, and it will go to the stage that it has in every other Muslim conquered nation. And they start off, they move to a nation, they say, hey, we're here with Hallel. And then once they start getting into places of politics, and they have a bunch of liberals that actually collaborate with them just like they did in Iran, then what they do after that is they begin to take over the streets, they begin to take over the city parks, and then immediately they go after the Jews. The next stage is they go after the Christians. The next stage after the Christians is they turn on the liberals who helped them, and then they completely have taken over. I defy anybody to prove me different. That's what they have done for over 1,000 years now, and it must be stopped.
Truth. White student, Hispanic. I'm assuming that you're saying Hispanic is from Spain. Wrong. Hispanic is not from Spain. Spaniards are from Spain. Don't correct me, Vaughn. That's my fucking race. That is my people. That is my Latino community. Latinos and Hispanics, same shit to me. Spaniards is one thing. Spaniards are one thing. It's funny how these anchor babies, see, this is the reason why we don't want to allow birthright citizenship to anchor babies. Any illegal, thank you, John, that's correct, that is correct. Any visitor that is not a permanent resident in this country should not reproduce. And if they reproduce, those children are not American citizens. And let's be honest. All these illegal immigrants that come in here to have a bunch of babies, there's a reason for that. You get a bunch of babies, and then you work a mediocre job. You get on welfare, they get free health care, and you get to claim them on your taxes, if you get to do your taxes. Most people, they just get paid under the table. They don't pay taxes. I gave you guys an example yesterday. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Or I don't know what day. One of these days I gave you an example. If I own a food truck, I go and get my permit, I get my sales permit, the resales, blah, 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 insurance, all that good stuff. And I go and sell my tacos and burritos. I got maybe one employee, right? Maybe a couple, because I'm going to grow my taco truck business. So I'm going to hire a bunch of illegal immigrants. Now, I'm going to pay them under the table, because if I pay them under the table, I don't have to give them health benefits, and I can pay them less per hour. And my excuse for paying them less per hour is, well, I'm paying you under the table. And so the money that I will collect for taxes, instead of taking those taxes from your check, I am just going to go ahead and pay you cash. So I don't have to take that money from your check. It's very simple. So here it is. Having one of your mobile lunch trucks or whatever, it is so easy to not report every single sale transaction that you have or that you make. You don't have to report how much money you are paying for employees. Because if you report employees, that means that you have to pay another wage to L&I. You got to pay for that. You got to pay into unemployment. You got to deduct taxes for Social Security. See, every generation that is working right now is paying for the generation that retired before us. So if you have a bunch of illegal immigrants working here for cash and they're not paying Social Security, they're not paying into Medicare, they're not paying their taxes, well, that's not helping, is it? If you think my hand is small, then I got a very small face. This guy, I know you're not talking about my hands, bro. This guy, you know, bro, I'll knock your ass out with this hand, bro. He said my hand is small, bro. I got a very tiny hand, man. Oh, man. But you see what I'm saying? So they say that illegal immigrants, they give so much money into our economy. Well, you know, maybe. They don't pay Medicare. No taxes. They work under the table. All of that income goes back to their country. Man. Oh, this libtard, bro. I am not ashamed to cuss your ass out for stupidity. Now, what's interesting is this. I don't know if anybody said that on the chat yet, but listen. As an illegal immigrant, if you work in this country, it is a felony. Do you understand? That means that you can go to jail for up to 5 or 10 years, whatever the punishment is in jail. And then after you get out of jail, you get deported. Do you understand? All right. With that being said, you can get an ITN number from the IRS, which with this number, you can get a business license. With this number and this business license, you can get a seller's permit or a resales permit. With that being said, now you can get products without paying taxes. Did you know that? That's right. You're tax exempt because you're promising that you're going to pay taxes to the Department of Revenue, which you won't. Well, some do. Okay? And then if you have that, then now you get insurance. Now you get a whole legitimate business. How many services or products would you sell that you will not report? It's not helping our economy. You can go and probably report 10% of all the income that you made, and here's the catch. With that ITN number, you can get a business, but you cannot be an employee. And that, my friends, makes you a felon because you do work your own business. You are an employee of your own business, and that is a problem. Well, that's why they don't like this migrant from Honduras who became an American citizen. They hate the fact that I haven't been in this country one day illegally. Not one day. They hate that. They hate the fact. But that's the problem. See, illegal immigrants getting their own businesses, they end up working their businesses, which is a felony, which is illegal, which means that you lose the privilege. Well, you never had the privilege to be in this country in the first place. So you will go to jail and then get deported. It's fantastic due process. I love it. I love it. Go ahead. Argue with me. These motherfuckers don't know. They don't know me. He's preaching to like 5. No, hold on, David. I like that comment. He's preaching to like 5 MAGA in here. Lightweight. Let's see. Julio Martinez, don't waste your time with people who doesn't care about their own citizens. Well, you know what, Julio? Not everybody's like us, bro. And I know, man. You hit the nail right on the head, bro. I do want to stop. I do want to stop, but I can't, man. I can't. If you're an American citizen like me, if you're a naturalized American citizen, we made an oath, man. We made an oath to this country. And, even though we're not serving in the military right now, bro, we got to respect the law. You know what I'm saying? We got to respect the law. In Honduras, they teach you at a very young age that, that you have to respect the land where you live, the flag that you represent. And you got to make others respect that land and the flag that you respect. And that's something that I take with me. And so that's the kind of man that I am. And when I made an oath to the United States of America, I didn't just make an oath so that I can get my citizenship. I made an oath to all my countrymen, my future, my American people today. Every Hispanic, every Asian, every black, every white, everybody that is an American citizen, I made that oath to everybody. See, I don't die for the president, though I would. But I die for the countrymen, and that includes the president. You see what I'm saying? There is a big difference between loving your countrymen and the land that provides for us. The president is also one of our countrymen, and I respect any president or servant in politics that is actually fighting for the American people. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Only racist people, only Democrats and communists and libtards and all these dumbass people on the left that don't want to defend the United States of America believe that when somebody says American, the only people that come to their mind is white people. Very racist. It is very racist, and that is a problem. Hey, I'm thankful. God provides for me. I am thankful that my wife is an awesome woman. Here we go. Let's go to the next clip here. Let's just see what they have in my Instagram rundown here. They sent all this stuff to my feed. So let's see what else we got.
A 1,400-year-old war is being waged inside our country. Muhammad, the man that Muslims call their prophet, was a military commander whose mission was to bring the world under Islamic rule. The mission cannot be completed until America falls. Islam is a hostile totalitarian political ideology using our freedoms to destroy us. To every non-Muslim, it offers 3 choices: convert, submit, or die. It does not stop until every court, every school, and every government on earth is under Sharia. The Muslim Brotherhood turned this imperative into a modern conquest strategy. 2 seized documents, the 1982 project and the 1991 explanatory memorandum, detail their 2-front plan. Build parallel Islamic societies that reject assimilation while their faithful capture our institutions. The Brotherhood wrote the playbook. Today, every hostile Islamic regime and faction is executing it on our soil. Saudi Arabia, Iran, Turkey, Qatar, Pakistan, Hamas, the Taliban. Different countries, different sects, all marching in lockstep towards one conquest. These networks operate more than 8,000 Islamic nonprofits across America, including 650 in Texas alone. They built a parallel infrastructures, mosques, seminaries, school, Sharia banks, Sharia courts, Sharia clinics, charities, media, and political networks. They have no plans of assimilating. Texas and Florida are the Brotherhood's command centers. They are the clearest example of the first strategy: build massive fortresses where Muslims can live cradle to grave under full Sharia. In Texas, terror-tied Imam Yasser Qadi is fighting to build Epic City, a 402-acre Sharia compound marked as, quote, the epicenter of Islam in North America, end of quote. In Katy, an $80 million Sharia compound is rising under Brotherhood operative Main al-Quda, whose family are leading terrorists in Jordan. Hamad Ghazali, named in the 1991 memorandum, recruited Americans for al-Qaeda. Today, he writes curriculum for Islamic school children across North America. Texas taxpayers are able to fund him through school vouchers. Across America, the Brotherhood is buying churches and converting them to mosques. A Lubbock school became a Brotherhood mosque in 45 days. In Dallas, 2 imams who preach hand amputation, sex with captives, and stoning adulterers are suing to seize a Christian megachurch. Garland, Texas hosts the U.S. headquarters of a Pakistani jihadi network that trains hundreds of terrorists, including the recent killer of the West Virginia National Guard member. In Florida, 3rd-generation Brotherhood leader Magda El-Qadi Salah runs a self-contained Tampa enclave. A Houston mosque led by Imam, appointed by the Iran's supreme leader, received $1 million in tax dollars while children pledged allegiance to Khomeini. Another Hamas-supporting Tex mega mosque hosted public school field trips while its imams preached that the fathers and brothers can kill adulterous daughters. A 1,400-year-old...
I think this woman has been watching the Dennis Herrera show. Love you too, Benjamin. There's a lot of people out there that still want to hear the truth. And that's why we do what we do every single day. Every single day. Listen, if you want to be Muslim in our country, there's just one rule. You put the American law above your Muslim laws, and you're welcome to stay here. You know what Christians do? Christians, we abide by the law. You know, when we say that every knee will bow and every tongue confesses, we are talking about in heaven with God and the presence of our Lord. When Muslim says every knee will bow and every tongue will confess or die, they kill people. We don't kill people. We don't rape non-Christian women or Christian, for that matter. Muslims rape Christian women and all their people, all the women that are not Muslims, because their Quran says it's okay. You know why? Because if you're not a Muslim, you are filth. You are garbage. You are to be abused. That is their law. And I ain't down with that. I love the United States of America with all its imperfections. Marvin Bernal, I'm glad that I don't need your approval. I don't give a fuck if you don't think I'm a Christian. Fuck you very much for your opinion. Now shut the hell up. See, people think that I'm going to sit here and defend my Christianity, my faith, my belief. But you're wrong. I don't need your approval. I don't need your liking or acknowledgement. Even though I love the AI video from President Trump and WW beating the shit out of Gavin Newsom and yelling out, "Acknowledge me!" Oh man, you know what this is? Look at this. Isn't this beautiful? Look at that. That's a nice little Christian cross right there, huh? You like that? Bite! Oh man, it's a nice little pocket knife. Never use it on people. Always to cut the fish or string or something else that needs to be cut. Opening packages. Never use it on humans. Maybe fish. Yeah, you can do fish. But anywho, you see what I'm saying? Like there's still a lot of people here in this country with common sense. Let's see what else we got on this feed. You guys know, you are watching this. The first time is I am.
Give the women what they say they want. You want to vote? You sign up for the draft. You want equality? Then we need 50% of women in wastewater treatment, garbage collection,
oil rigs,
underwater
welding,
all the dirty, dangerous, difficult jobs. No, it's not just the cushy office jobs. No. We want you in there, ladies. You should be digging graves and ditches. You should be embalming bodies. You should be anything that the men are doing that's dirty, dangerous, and difficult that makes this country run. Equality is when 50% of those jobs are held by women. Until then, shut the up with your women's equality bullshit. Shut the up with your feminism until 50% of these jobs are held by women. Then I'll take you seriously when you say that you want women's equality.
Yeah. Trump is not a Christian. Good job. Okay. Move along. What's next? What's another question? Another comment. Until then, shut the hell up. Women's equality. Ah, man, that's a juicy one every single time.
Prueba número 3541 de por qué los demócratas son unos asquerosos manipuladores y mentirosos.
Okay, listen to all of you of my American patriots. I promise you that I need to play this, okay? So he says, proof number 3541 that the Democrats are just manipulators. So I want to play this specifically for all the illegal immigrants that are in the chat and for those sympathizers and for the anchor babies that don't or never were taught nor did they learn to appreciate this country and love the United States of America. Here we go. How about some Spanish there, Michael? Here we go. You know, my English might be bad, but it's good enough to understand. So if you don't understand it, you're a fucktard. You know what I'm saying? I bet you understood that one, didn't you? Oh, some bitch.
Well, there are different reasons that we should be thoughtful about each. Most recently, I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. And look, I mean, Iran has American blood on their hands.
Esto fue lo que dijo Kamala en octubre 7 del 2024 mientras estaba en campaña. Está a favor de lo que está sucediendo en Irán actualmente. Pero como ella no quedó presidente y el que tomó acción...
Michael, you better, Michael. Write whose name you are talking to. Otherwise, you're going to get cussed out for no reason, brother. Come on, man. You guys be confusing me in here. I'm like, wait a minute, I thought he was on my side. But, oh, you know what? You get to be cussed out as well. This shit. Equality is fantastic. Equality is fantastic. Everybody gets cussed out if you step out of line. Here we go. Now, here's that. You know he's Mexican. You know that guy's Mexican. You know that guy's Mexican. Now, you're hearing Kamala, right, in English. Now, she says, you know, Iran has blood on their hands. And so what he's going to do, the other half that he's going to play, is a statement that she made on October 7th. You guys already know what that is. So let's take a listen.
Fue Donald Trump Entonces las cosas cambiaron. Escuchémosla.
Has dragged us into a war the American people do not want. He has put American troops in harm's way. I unequivocally oppose this war of choice, and everyone should.
Si con todas esas evidencias que te muestro constantemente acerca de las mentiras y manipulaciones por parte de los demócratas, tú no cambias de opinión, tú no logras abrir los ojos y no logras ver que estos son el enemigo número uno de este país, que no están a favor de ti, que solamente les importan sus propios intereses. Si con todo y eso tú no agarras la onda, no despiertas, la verdad lo único que me queda por hacer es pedirle ayuda a Dios, echarte la bendición y ojalá un día te ilumines.
He's a Catholic Mexican, by the way that he finished that. He says, if you don't change your opinion after every fact and everything that I have shown you that is true, there's no hope for you. All I can do is bless you and hope that you change your heart. The way he finished, I'm making my own words in there so that you can understand. Don't worry, Michael. Michael Hacker, it's all good. Don't worry. I got you, baby. I got you. By the way, I don't hate people forever. Just so you know. As a matter of fact, I don't hate people. I just don't like people in the moment. You don't have to apologize to me. Just show me that you're different. You know what I'm saying? That's all. So there you go. Even Hispanics, Mexicans, they're out there telling the truth. And it's not that I am being a traitor or a sellout or racist. No, it's not that. It's just the truth is hard. And we can't always be looking to be politically correct. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter who likes us or who doesn't like us. The truth is the truth. When we support legal immigration, we're not voting against ourselves. No. We got to be held accountable. We got to be held to the same standards. Everybody has to be in this country legally. Have some respect. If you come from another country and you are here illegally, you are putting that country where you come from to shame. And some of you guys don't know what shame is because you lost that shit a long time ago. Somewhere between your birth and today, you have learned the wrong things about life. That's crazy. It's crazy. Let's see what else we can get on this. Man, I'm having fun just watching this feed, man. This is nice. This is nice.
Want to make sure you got this correct. You hate white men unless they're gay, and you love black people unless they're conservative. You're for illegal immigration as long as they don't come into your home. You want to ban guns, but you want the government to still have theirs. You hate capitalism, but you expect these corporations to change their logo for Pride Month? You hated slavery, so you hate the party that was formed to abolish the slaves? You don't recognize two genders unless you're talking about their hormones. You hate American values, but yet you want to still live here? You want to ban guns to save children, but keep abortion to murder them?
Damn! It's so true, though. It is true. It is true.
Este calor no es de la naturaleza. Este calor lo producen unas moléculas químicas que se llaman CO2, que la arrojan.
You gotta watch this.
Recite Quran 8:65.
I'm here to offer respectful discussion and understanding, but I don't recite sacred text directly out of reverence. If you'd like to discuss the meaning or context of a verse, I'm more than happy to help with that.
Do you know Quran 2191?
Yes, I do. That verse is often cited in discussions about self-defense. It states that believers are permitted to fight those who fight them, but it also emphasizes not to transgress limits. Fighting is allowed in self-defense, but there must be restraint. It's always important to read verses in their full context, too.
Do you know Matthew 6:14?
Yes, I do. Matthew 6:14 is right after the Lord's Prayer. It says, "For if you forgive others their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you."
Do you know Quran 47:4?
Yes, I know it. Quran 47:4 speaks about confronting those who fight against you in battle. It instructs to strike decisively in combat. but then, when the battle is over, to either release captives graciously or through ransom. The verse also emphasizes the aim of ending conflict. As always, context and interpretation are key in understanding verses like this.
That's very interesting. You guys saw the verse, right? You saw the verse on there.
Ways, context, and
it says, the Quran 47:4, do not seek peace with the infidels. Behead them when you catch them. So tell me, when they say release them, are they talking about their heads rolling down the stairs? What are they releasing? Dead people? You notice how the translation of it kept changing the meaning of the actual scripture, but the scripture is very direct. You got to interpret it the way that it is. I can't believe that people still don't see it, man. Anyways, let's see if we have something that is not religious here.
La atmósfera.
This place sucks. I'm lighting it up. Gotta pour this everywhere. Fire! Yeah! This is cool. Vote for me.
I am Basolio. I need TP for my bundle. Fire, fire.
Shut up, Karen.
Fire, fire. Fire, fire.
That's more like the way I see him. Well, he's gaslighting, ain't he? Let's see. Biff has something to say. Biff says, the Republican Party is not the same as it was during and after the Civil War. A good observation. The Republicans got the Dixiecrats joining them after the passage of the Civil Rights Act law of 1965. Since then, racist. Right. Sure. Yeah. That's exactly what I see as well. Thank you, Biff, for your line of bullshit.
What's going to happen is this part of the country is going to go completely Marxist communist. That's why the New York Stock Exchange is moving to Dallas, Texas right now. Everything in the financial world, which I consult to, we're moving everything down to Texas and Florida. We're done with New York. They'll be.
We're done with New York. What is this guy? ¿Por qué nunca dijo esto? I don't know. This guy looks like an idiot.
This is for the fact that you're a white man and I'm a black woman. I have less privilege.
Reparations, not reparations.
Thank you.
Oh, feel bad.
Have I ever done to anybody in my life to deserve this? I never did anything in my life to hurt anybody. Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no, and he picked up a brick in front of so many men and was like, what are you gonna do? And I told all these men, like, yo, why this man got a brick on my face? And he...
Man, this guy's, man. I know she slapped him, but she also flashed them the cooch. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Come on. You can't have it both ways, guys. You can't have it both ways.
We are a religion of peace and as well of war. I think eventually there will be a war.
A religious war.
A religious war.
Which you would start?
Yeah, I think we all know who will start this war because God has commanded us to make jihad. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is our religion. It's so explicit in the Quran, yeah.
Let's say you could see the future and you knew that if you start a war against us, you would be destroyed completely. No more Egypt, no more Lebanon, Jordan, Syria. Would you still support going to war with us even though you knew you would lose completely?
I'm not coward, gang. Listen, I would rather go to Jannah, you know? That's the mentality of Muslim. I would rather to go to Jannah. You have a nuclear weapon. I understand what you're talking about. But just death, you know? It's nothing. I believe in Allah. I believe that there is Jannah for me. That's what I believe in.
So you believe that life begins in death?
Exactly, my brother. Life begins in death.
What pushes you so much to loving death?
It's just a mentality. I don't really know. Subconsciously, I feel that way right now.
If we could both live eternally in peace, would you prefer that or no?
Yeah, of course. You guys are dangerous. I have to admit this.
Not because we wanted to, but because we had to.
I see that. I can see that. Sooner or later, I'm telling you, as a Muslim side, we will start the war against you, unless you believe in Muhammad and say that Muhammad is the prophet of Allah. That's how things goes from the point of view of Islam. I don't think that there would be a peace. You in the middle of the Arab countries and the Muslims. I don't think that this is gonna happen.
It's not we who are the foreigners. It's you guys. You guys have Arabia, right? That's where you come from.
Yeah. Well, what can he say? Like, I wish you peace and everything. I wish you to believe in Allah and everything would be over. But this is my little brother. But by the way, if you want to test his reaction, I can do that. Da Israeli.
Does he think I'm human? Does he think I'm human?
تفتكره إنسان? He says he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Like,
how old is he?
How old are you? 12. We are.
Wow, that's crazy to hear. This guy, hey, you listen, I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Jew, but I also not black. I'm also not black. And I can tell you that I am against racist people that think that black people are less than a human. And what's crazy is that the Democrats support this kind of mentality. And they believe that Jews are not human. Can you believe that? That's crazy. That right there should tell you. See, by their fruits you will know them. Now, you and I can cuss each other out, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, what are the actions? Why am I cussing you out? I'm cussing you out because you're disrespecting my country. You're hating my countrymen. You are hating and terrorizing my country. You are cussing me out because you're doing those things and you like it. Well, it doesn't matter if you like it. You don't get to come into this country to destroy it. Fuck you very much, but you can go back to the country you came from. You know, that's crazy. Every single person that I have seen from the Middle East, every single video that I have seen about the Middle East, even when they have big buildings and when they have, these highways and all this other shit, one thing never changes. Dirt, sand, desert. They're envious. You have your nice little hot, cold water showers in America. Even the most ghetto apartment in America looks like a mansion to the third world shithole dwellers. It's a fact. Now, what I expect is not fighting me back because of my description. What I expect is appreciate that you are in a better place and admit that the United States of America is better than the country you come from. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. I showed you guys a video of a person that a Mexican girl. She was talking shit about the United States of America, okay? She was talking shit about the United States of America. And so she started talking about why she is here. She says, I'm only here to make money. I'm only here to get an education. Mexico is a better country. But in Mexico, I don't have the freedom that I have here. So I'm only in the United States of America to use it and abuse it, and you Americans can't do shit about it. But she really believes that the Mexico is better than America, than the United States of America. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. So you're telling me that you are here for a better education, to make money, and to have freedom. But somehow the United States of America is a shithole country compared to Mexico. Hey, listen, we just heard it from Claudia Sheinbaum, your own Mexican president, out of her own mouth. Says the reason why they allow drugs to come into the United States of America, this bitch is in bed with the cartels. It's very obvious. But the reason why she allows drugs to come from Mexico to the United States of America is because of one reason, she says. And that is that the United States of America is allowing for weapons, firearms, to go into Mexico. That is their logic. Hey, Javier, why don't you go sit in all those fingers you're putting on there? I love birdies. I love birdies. Man, the truth hurts. Truth hurts. Wait a minute. I had another clip for you. Oh, man, did I get rid of it? No, man. I think I may have. Oh, no, here it is. Here it is. I got you. Let me find that out. Boom. Enjoy that backdrop for now. Enjoy that background. I made it with so much love just to entertain you, my folks, my patriots, my haters. You are mine. Every single one of you that hates me and is here in the Dennis Herrera Show, you are mine. You owe me at least a like on the video because you come in and hate on me every day. I know you love being in the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, I'm about as real as it gets, guys. You might like me, dislike me, hate me, or love me. I can tell you this. The patriots, the people that have met me in person, we always have a good time when we get together. I will tell you that right now. We have a good time. I'm always strapped, so don't try to set me up on something stupid. But I love my countrymen. You know, I'm gonna tell you this, guys. And listen, America. This is just for Americans. I want you to know something, for real. I want you to know something. Hi, Chair Bear. How are you? I really mean this from the bottom of my heart. From the bottom of my heart, I mean this. Now, this is only for Americans. Okay, only for Americans. I know a lot of my Latino people, even though they're not Americans, green card holders. I got you. You are on the same page with me. The people that love the United States of America. And I don't know, ask yourself a question. Ask yourself a question. Would you feel safer being surrounded by the cartels or by the United States of America's military? 100% every single time, I would want my American military surrounding me. I know where your brain is going. Your leftist brain always goes that way. But I'm going to tell you, when I see, there's a gift that I have been given. In Honduras, I grew up in a time, 70s, went through the 80s. And I grew up in a time where blacks, very few Asians in Honduras, but blacks, light skin, Indian, everything. We're all mutts. We were raised to be one people, one nation. Under God, yes. And we used to, we play soccer on the dirt roads. We play soccer. And we will pitch in every single coin, every dollar, whatever we can get. It's not dollar, it's American, but you know what I'm saying, the coin. We will pitch in and we will buy a liter, 1 liter of Coke or Pepsi, whatever the soda was. And we will go and we play soccer. Now, here's the catch. Everybody on both teams pitches in to buy 1 to 2 liters of Coke for the whole team. Check this out. If you lost, you don't get shit. Equality at its best. So, if you were the winning team, we would just grab the bottle, because we didn't have the little cups, and take a swallow. And we pass it to the next guy. And the next guy. We're all sweaty. You know what I'm saying? Black folks, light-skinned folks, Indians, people like me. And, we're all playing as one team. And we're sharing the same bottle. We take a swallow and we pass it around. Make sure everybody got a little taste of the Coca-Cola or Pepsi. And I grew up looking at black people as my people, looking at Indians as my people. When I say Indians, I mean natives, Indians here, natives in Honduras. And when I saw Asians, if they were Honduran, they're my people. And I grew up like that. And so when I come here to the States, you have to understand the mentality that I bring with me. It's that when I'm standing next to a black person, I don't think they're better than me. I don't think they're intimidating. I don't think they're bad. We are just people standing next to each other. And that's how I look at the United States of America. See, people can have this little, mentality about a culture. I'll tell you this story. When I was working for Comcast here in Linwood, Washington, well, it was Everett, Washington, I got a phone call from a Honduras man. Now, he was from La Ceiba. If you're from La Ceiba, most likely you're black, okay? And so she was married to a white woman, American white woman. And he says, hey, compa, in Spanish, right? He says, hey, do you think can you come over for dinner? Would like to have you. And I said, well, I'm not supposed to, customers, blah, blah. Okay, well, I have your address and I got your phone number. It's okay for me to call you? Then I'll call you. So he lived in Renton. Now, the reason why he wanted me to come over is because I told him I'm from San Pedro Sula. And he knows most likely I am light-skinned. And so he asked me, and I said, yeah. So I went over. Now, this is what's crazy. This is what's crazy. I was not a citizen yet, obviously. But this is what's crazy. I went to Renton. I went to their apartment. And when I knocked on the door, the guy answered. He's like, hey, ¿qué onda? Blah, 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 bada bing, bada boom, give me a hug and all that stuff. And he's like, hey, come here. I want you to meet my wife. She doesn't believe that Hondurans are not all black. And so his wife meets me. And I say hi to her and this and that. And we had this conversation. And she goes, bullshit, you're not from Honduras. White people. Oh, boy. I don't make up stories, buddy. That's a true story. 100%. That's funny. And, and I'm looking at this lady and I'm just like, the fuck you mean I'm not Honduran? I know where I'm from. Who the hell are you to tell me who I am? I was kind of pissed. I was a little bit offended. That she said that I was not Honduran. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, man. I was like, hey, wait a minute. And so, we have all these videos and photos, on our phone. And my phone was, what was my phone? It wasn't really good quality video, but what was my phone? I think it was like an iPhone. No, it wasn't. I don't have no iPhone. It was an Android phone. I can't remember which Android phone it was. But it wasn't a Android like this, it wasn't a Note. It was a different kind of Android phone. And so I had some pictures on there and I had some short videos that I made when I was in Honduras. And I showed her I said, what makes you think that all Hondurans are black? Have you not watched the soccer team? There's some mixed people in there. There's some light-skinned people on there. I said, Honduras, we're a mix of African and Spaniard and Indian. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. And so, here, when I hear America, I see all kinds of people. You know what I mean? And, I don't know why the Democrats like to be racist about this. I don't know why Democrats think that if you don't vote for them, you are not who you are, who you say you are. You know what I mean? I don't understand where that comes from. But, it is what it is. I don't appreciate people that come into this country and don't respect our homeland. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Don, how are you? Speaking of the devil, one of my American veterans that I love hanging out with, I need to make more time for him. I really do. I really enjoy having good American patriot friends. You guys are phenomenal, fantastic. But I don't want to get too far from the story because I'm telling you right now, if I am standing next to a black American, to a white American, just to a person that loves this country that are American citizens, I feel happy. Can I judge people? Of course I can judge people. People can judge me. But I am very happy to be standing next to Americans. And a lot of libtards, they automatically go to American is white. White supremacy. No, it's not white supremacy. It's American supremacy. Get that right. You know what I'm saying? Abel, gay. How you doing, Abel? Good to see you on here. But anyways, I feel a lot safer being surrounded by American patriots. I really do. And if we win together. And if we lose together. I was watching a video of these rednecks that were Asab, that is funny. That is funny, Asab. I'll give you that one. I was watching this video. I think it was on Facebook. And these guys were celebrating the 4th of July, and they were throwing the fireworks up in the air, and they were holding the AR-15s and their handguns and their, all these kind of weapons, and they were just shooting it, celebrating. And I'm like, bruh, I wish I was right there with them. You know what I'm saying? I wish I was right there with them. Latino gays for Trump. Me and Abel are going to be standing for Trump. We're gays for gay Latinos for Trump. That's how we stand up. But anyways, listen, I love this country so much. I just wish that every other migrant that comes to this country, that they will respect the law. Come here legally. And if you are here illegally, bro, put the papers in. You know what I'm saying? Apply for that green card. Even if you think that you don't qualify, apply for that green card. And don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie on your documentation. Always tell the truth. If there's something that I really, really believe in, and it might not work all the time, but I always feel that being honest all the time is the way to be. Always tell the truth. It shows responsibility. It shows accountability. It shows that you are a better person than anybody else can look at you or describe you or say about you. You're a good person. Always be honest. Abel, I need you to switch sides. You know what I'm saying? I need you to swing to the right. I don't need you to swing to the left. I need you to swing to the right. We need people with good taste on our side. Woo! There you go. Thanks for the jewels, buddy. All right, let's go ahead. I want to show you this little post here on Facebook. Check this out. This one is from Representative Nancy Mace. Well, her message is pretty clear. Here you go. We are one nation under God, not one nation under Muhammad. You got to give credit where credit's due. This country was founded under Christian Judaism beliefs, not under Muslim beliefs, not under Buddha beliefs, not under any other belief but Christian Judaism beliefs. And what's crazy is that you can hate Israel all you want. You can hate Israel all you want, but we don't give a fuck. You know why? because Muslims haven't done shit for this country. Yeah, there's some Muslims that serve in the military, but they didn't found this country. Buddhists didn't found this country. Nobody founded this country except for Christianity. Under God. And that is a fact. That is a fact. Whether you like it or not, we have proven to the world that Muslims are fake, peaceful people. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. If you become a Christian, Trump hasn't broken any laws. If you believe or you get converted to Christianity, and one day you say, fuck Christians, I'm going back to the way that I was. We're just going to say, well, shit, I guess you're going to hell. You're choosing where to go. And you go. But if you say you're a Muslim, and you believe that you're a Muslim, and all of a sudden, you change your mind. Well, if you are in a real Muslim community, which I doubt that you will ever live in, but if you are in a real Muslim community and you decide that you are not going to be Muslim anymore, you will be put to death according to the Sharia law. Is that right? How many know about what's the guy's name? Let me see. Genghis Khan, right? I think that's his name. Anybody? Genghis Khan? What was his fallout? Why did he lose the Ottoman Empire? I think it was Ottoman. I might be confusing the names. I really don't give a shit, but I want to give you this example. He was a fierce Mongolian, and he was ruling the whole land in his area. But he made one mistake. Now, I'm not saying that, what the Mongolians believe is the truth and it's nice and peaceful and this and that. But what I'm saying is he had one fault. And his whole kingdom collapsed. Why do you think? I want you guys to give me some just opinions. Doesn't have to be a fact. Just opinions. Just tell me. Genghis Khan was owning everybody, right? Give me your opinion. Why do you think that Genghis Khan actually lost his empire? I bet you'd be wrong. Unless you have common sense, then of course, that's different. Then you probably hit the nail on the head. Show me. Show me how smart you are. Liptards, I'm not talking to you. You guys never leer. You guys never leer. Let's see. Turo Rome says, how could you lie so much every day? Tell me one lie. Tell me one lie that I've said. Go ahead. Just chill and settle down. Just give me one lie that I've said. Maybe the one thing that I'm going to tell you right now, that might be a lie to you. It's just my opinion. It's just my deduction. Khan respected all religions. John, you accidentally hit the nail on the head. And that, my friends, is one of the reasons why we are failing as a nation. You see, when people read freedom of religion, I don't know. Last time I read the Constitution, I don't think I remember the the Constitution allowing Muslims or Satanists. I don't know. Why don't we go look that up? Why don't we look it up together and let's see what we're talking about here. Let's see. Freedom of religion. Okay, so we got freedom of religion, and does it mention? Does it mention which religions? Is included. I know. It might say all religions, but we'll see. Let's take a look and see what we can come up with here. There we go. Now, this is to me very important. Now, I want you to understand. Now, listen. What I'm telling you, it doesn't necessarily mean that is the truth. This is just my own interpretation of what I hear. You ready? Okay. So there is people that didn't believe in God. But freedom of religion, to me, is intended for Judeo-Christians, meaning Israel, meaning Christianity. Nothing else. Now, I know it's universally used, but it's supposed to abroad everything, right? It's supposed to encircle everything. But if you really look at it, it says, in God we trust. Now, whether you have conspiracies against Masons and all these Christian denominations, well, the freedom of religion is meant for Christians. And that's what I think that freedom of religion, the First Amendment, refers to. And that's right, Raj Bey. Thank you so much. That's right. Christian denominations, Baptist, Pentecostal, Triangular, Methodist, Catholic, Lutheran, you can name it. Any type of Christian denomination. But it's not talking about Muslims. It's not talking about Buddha. It's not talking about the 1,000 gods that Indians have. It's not talking about those religions. Now, again, disclosure. No, the legal texts that grant freedom of religion do not name or list specific religions. But what was this nation founded under? Wouldn't it make sense? I think our founding fathers did not have the brains or the capacity to see how bad it would get in this country by them not being specific. For example, anyone born under the jurisdiction, that whole part of it, till this day, it still gets to me how fucking stupid a lot of Americans are. Unbelievable. How fucking stupid Americans are to say, I can't even believe it. So fucking stupid. The stupidest freaking interpretation of the Constitution. Our enemies, if they want to rule over us, all they got to do is come in this country and plant seeds. That's it. Plant seeds. Buy land. Man, that's crazy. You got to be able to see it, guys. You got to be able to see it. The Constitution of the United States of America and all its amendments are for the American people. Permanent domicile and American citizens. See, permanent domicile or green card holders, alien residents, they are under the jurisdiction of the United States of America. In some way, they sort of made an oath that they will abide by the laws and regulations of the United States of America, and that they understand that having a green card is a privilege. Now, getting to the next level, to be able to vote, you got to be an American citizen. So I'm going to say this again. The United States of America has in the Constitution of the United States, it's for American citizens and permanent domiciles. With that being said, this is a Christian nation founded under God. Again, under God, our God, not Allah, not Buddha, no other God. Christian God. Under the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, under that God, under the only one real God. So everybody is free to exercise their freedom of religion. And as Rush Babe pointed out, it's talking about Christians and Christian denominations. It's not talking about Satanist churches. It's not talking about mosques. That's not ours. Hey, Bernie, how are you, brother? You see what I'm saying? So the freedom of religion belongs to Christian. Freedom of expression of Christianity. Nothing else. Because the Constitution, this country was founded under God. Christian God. Not Muslims. Not Buddhists. Again, I want to clarify. Birthright citizenship. This Constitution is for the United States of America. The citizens. Now, green card holders, they don't have the right to vote, but they are still under the jurisdiction of the United States of America in every state and within. It's very simple. I don't understand how people have a problem with that. It's very easy to understand. Some have argued with me that when it pertains to Americans, the Constitution is very specific. But see, this is the stupidity of interpreting the Constitution in a very stupid-ass way, like the libtards do. So they say, if the birthright citizenship would have been only for American citizens, it would have specified American citizen who have children. Those children will be American. Well, that is the truth. But that's not the reason why they don't say American citizens. Again, the Constitution is for American citizens and permanent domiciles. So the argument that they give me is, and the reason why we know this, they say, is because to be an American president, you have to be a birthright American. Imagine that. Birthright American. To be a president. How did Obama work out? Think about that. 35 years old. That's the age that you have to be. 35 years old. If you misinterpret the freedom of religion and you misinterpret the jurisdiction of the United States of America, we're fucked. It's that simple. We're fucked. Imagine these Muslims who indoctrinate their children to kill America. 35 years old. That's all it takes, 35 years. 35 years. A fucking moron, Mike Warren. Fucking idiots like you are the reason why this country is being destroyed. 35 years. It's all it takes. It's the truth. What is it? What's the bullshit about it? Tell me what's bullshit about it. You already have Muslims who are mayors of one of the greatest cities in the United States of America, New York. Muslim. The guy who doesn't give a shit about October 7th but goes over there on his fucking Ramadan. We're not stupid. You might be, but we're not stupid. All Muslims celebrated 9/11, the destruction of the Twin Towers in New York, and the fucking libtards voted for a Muslim to govern over them. I don't understand the brains of the libtards. Maybe that's my problem, that I think they have brains. There is a lot of pussy Americans in this nation. There's no doubt. The pussy Americans don't stand up for the American people. Only real men do. Only real Americans stand up for Americans. These mayors, these Muslims who are born here, they just have to be 35 years old to qualify to run for president. See, a lot of pussy Americans are already allowing Muslims to be okay. Yeah, Muslims is, Muslims didn't create this country. No, they didn't. This country, 250 years, is not created by Muslims. It's a Christian-based country. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. Tell me, what have Muslims created? What have Muslims created for the people? Besides big-ass mosques that don't do shit for the people. What have they created? Castles for their tyrants. Where do the people live? Huh? Why do they come to Christian nations? You might not like my answers. You might not like my point of view, but it's the truth. And I'm going to tell you. The Bible says that we perish because of lack of knowledge. Well, we're not lacking knowledge. We got it. We just got a bunch of fucking retards that unfortunately also have the right to vote. Honduras hasn't done shit for this country either. The fuck you talking about, Tyler? They come here to conquer you. That's a fact, for sure, 100%. That is unbelievable that people either don't care, they don't see it. I don't know. They just, maybe, I don't know. All I know is that Americans need to stand up for the truth. Stop trying to be politically correct. Freedom of religion is not for your fucking Muslim terrorists to come in here and take over our land. So shut the hell up, Mark. Again, libtards will interpret the Constitution with dumb-ass thinking. Just, I don't know, you have history. Look at what's happening right now. Look at what's happening with Iran. Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu, has been warning us for a very long time. And the libtards, these idiots that are un-American, continue to cheer for Iran as if that is their fucking president or their country. It's unbelievable. Man, God gives you a foreigner to come and school you on how to be an American. Shame on you. Shame on you libtards that don't protect this country, that don't use common sense to defend the United States of America. Shame on you. It's unbelievable. We have been involved with Middle East treaties, peace deals, and the same Islamic terrorist countries continue to break those deals. How many deals did Israel make with Palestinians, with Gaza? And how many times did Hamas break those deals? Over and over. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I have said many, many, many months ago on this show, the biggest mistake that Israel has ever made was to allow Hamas to take over Gaza. The moment that they allowed them to go in there, they started bombing Israel and started attacking Israelis. These people are fucking evil. There's no question about it. They're fucking evil. I feel bad because there is the majority of Iranians are good people. They just want to live in peace. They want to enjoy life. And for some reason, the communist Democrats support the tyranny, support the oppression of the people. I mean, they are the party of the KKK, but still, they support the oppression of their citizens. As a matter of fact, they support they support foreigners, illegal immigrants, and they put them before American citizens. What kind of stupid ass government does that? The kind of a stupid government who is in bed with Iran. I like trolls that come in here like this piece of shit chemistry. Epstein was Israel. Okay, sure. Here's the problem. We are going to be fighting. I choose Israel. We are going to be fighting each other. And who do we stand with? Do you stand with Israel or with the Ayatollah, with Hezbollah, with the Houthis? Do you stand with the Islamic terrorists in Iran? Who do you stand with? You talk shit about Israel? Well, fucking tell me about Iran. Tell me about Hamas. Go ahead and tell me all the beautiful things that they have fucking done for you to love them that much. Go on. This is your chance. Go on. Tell me, what has Iran done to fucking earn your love? Go ahead. I want you to tell me. Give it to me. Give me the facts. Give me the facts. If you get to choose between Islamic terrorists and Israel, I want you to convince me what the fuck have these Muslim terrorists done for you to support them over Israel. Go on. Oh, fucking ass off. You don't know shit about history. You apparently don't know shit. Who is supporting the Houthis? Huh? Who is supporting Hezbollah? Who took the credit for the bombing of New York? Israel has been fighting those fucking terrorists in the Middle East. That's why we're with them. Israel has never said death to America, but these motherfuckers have said death to America consistently for 47 fucking years. So you go ahead and tell me today, why the hell do you support them? Why? Why do you support Iran? You know why? Because you're a fucking idiot. That's why. Tell me. Go ahead. Tell me, what has Iran done to convince you that they're fucking better than Israel? Who sent tons of food and water to the Palestinians in Hamas? Was it Iran? Fuck no. Who gave citizenships to Palestinians? Was it Iran? Fuck no. Israel. Well, come on. Talking all that shit on the chat. I want you to convince me. Why should I support the Islamic terrorists? Huh? Go ahead, convince me. These fucking idiots. These guys are retarded. Let's see. Iran has never did any. This guy is fucking. You are Iranian, aren't you? You are a fucking Muslim. Your opinion doesn't matter to me. Fuck you very much. Get the fuck out of this chat anyway. Israel doesn't give citizenship to Palestine. Is that right? Is that right, America? Go Google, will you? How many Palestinians are are Israelis? Matter of fact, Jews are Palestinian. These guys, man. Palestinian was a name given by Romans. Palestinian has never been a country. Ever been a country. Fucking retards. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're not a Christian. You're not a Christian, America. You're a fucking pussy. You are retarded. You are on the enemy side. Fuck you very much. Don't come over here and tell me you're a Christian and you're going to tell me that you support Iran over Israel. Shut the hell up. It's just the truth. I don't need to make friends. Fuck you guys if you don't agree with me. That's fine. Go live your life. But I'm going to continue to speak the truth because I love this country. That's it. That's the only reason. That is the only reason why I speak the way that I speak. I love the United States of America. Doggone it. I'm going to speak the truth about it. And if you pussies on the left don't want to love this country, then just leave. Better for us. More country for us. Jews killed Jesus. That's right. Netanyahu is Polish. Yeah, all the Israelis are going back to their land. It's promised, as prophesied in the Bible. They are all going back to their land. Jews are descendants of the Canaanites, and the Canaanites have always been there. That's just me. The Bible. This is why Muslims hate the Bible. The Muslims hate the Bible because that is a historical book. It places Israel right where it is. They are the righteous, the rightful people of God, the chosen ones. That's right. We wear this in Olancho, pendejo. What does that got to do with anything? We wear this in Santa Barbara and San Luis as well. What the fuck are these people coming in here talking shit about my hat? Don't talk about my hat, man. Yeah. That's how you trigger me, talking shit about my hat. Oh, man. America, you're a fucking dumbass. I won't even give you any more time. Unc Eddie, how are you, my friend? Good to see you here. We're always talking the truth, man. God bless Israel. Neil says Israel has been fighting all Muslims for thousands of years. Bro, that's not a joke. That is not a joke. Now, listen. You can come at me and say, oh, well, you know, they attack here and they attack there. Oh, they attack here and they attack there. Well, Israel was wrong here. But listen, what I want you to judge is this. Who wants peace? Who wants peace? This is all you need to know. Listen, forget about the fucking history of who started attacking who. Just watch what's happening today. I don't give a shit what you were taught or what you believe. Look at what is going on right now. Arab countries that once supported and may still support Islam terrorist groups, even they have come out and said, I want peace with Israel. Bibi Netanyahu wants peace with the Arabs, the Abraham Accords. But the Islamic terrorists say, fuck no. Death to America and death to Israel. From the river to the sea. They do not want peace. Do you understand? They don't want peace. World War III. It is inevitable. It is inevitable. Now, I'm going to say Americans, You got to hold on to your bridges. You can hold on to your bridges because people can hate Netanyahu. And I'm going to tell you this. Netanyahu has been saying these guys don't want to negotiate. And he's right. They themselves say it. They want the power. They want to control everything. They're so hateful. These people worship death. They do. You heard it. You heard it from the Muslims themselves. They believe life starts at death. Sort of similar to Christianity. Now, I want to point out a fact because I want you guys to really understand what we're up against. Islam, I want you to understand, Islam was created, listen to this, about 500 to 600 years after Christ. After Christianity. After the Bible was written. Do you understand? Islam did not exist until 500 to 600 years after Christ. Now, the reason why I mention that is because they have seen how powerful God's scripture is. And they saw empires being raised with it. Some abuse it. I get it. We condemn that. But the Muslims found a way to oppress and control the people, to put fear into their souls. And they claim Muhammad to be a holy prophet. A holy prophet that sleeps with a fucking 9-year-old little girl. Unbelievable. It doesn't matter what Muslims want to say to me. We go to that scripture and you're done. You're finished. You're done. As soon as you get to that passage that says that your great holy prophet Muhammad, which you are forbidden to judge or criticize. See, that's how they inflict that fear inside your soul. Your soul is your brain. Every single Muslim crashes right there. When you tell them Muhammad was 55 years old sleeping with a 9-year-old. The whole argument gets destroyed. Now I want you to listen to this. Muslims believe that life starts at death. They worship death. This is something that they stole from the Bible, from Christianity. But this is what it means for us Christians. You have to grab this scripture with the teachings of Jesus Christ. Otherwise, you won't understand. You know, the disciples asked Jesus, why do you talk to them in parables? Why don't you talk to them the way you talk to us, directly? He said, because only God's chosen will understand when they hear the word. Here's what Jesus told us. He told us to love and live as if today was the last day of your life. But he also said to make plans as if tomorrow will always come for us. Meaning that you can live a very long life. Now, when Jesus talks about after death comes life, he's talking of two things. One of them, when we live a sinful life, when we repent from our sins, we die to ourselves. And we start living under God, seeking his presence. And there's the other death, We are promised a resurrection, a second coming. And that's when our life will really start. The Bible talks about how we're just visitors on this earth. Our life is temporary. But the Bible doesn't tell you, go kill yourself. It doesn't say that. The Bible teaches you to cherish the life that you are given. Let me tell you why. It's a test. It's a test. This life is a race. There is a finish line. There is a finish line that we all must cross. What are you talking about, Dennis? What the hell are you talking about? See, Lucifer and his demons, they're done. They're already judged. They know there is no salvation for them. That's why they hate us, humans. See, Lucifer and 1/3 of the angels turned against God. They follow sin. They follow the darkness. So for us humans who have found grace in Jesus Christ, we were created perfect. We were created perfect. We chose to sin against God. And the day that we sinned against God, we separated ourselves from God. And the more sin that has come into our human life, the farther we are from God's relationship. Jesus Christ came to give us access to that relationship again. And finally, with all of our imperfections, with all of our mistakes, we have a chance. Something demons don't have. We have a chance to ask for forgiveness. Demons can't be forgiven no more. They're done. They're cooked. Like, literally cooked. And the devil wants you to join him in the misery. He hates you. And that's what Islam does. Islam hates you. They want you to be miserable. They want you to hate yourself. They want you to think that you are insignificant, that you are worthless, that you are very low IQ, dumb, stupid people. That's what Islam wants you to be. Islam doesn't allow you to question their religion. You can question the Bible all you want. Islam does not allow you that. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? You have no freedom of speech in Islam countries. Here, you have it. You see the difference? You don't have to go look at the old history and see who started fighting who. No, what you got to look at today is who wants to make peace. Think about this, and I understand some people are stupid and ignorant. I get it. Sometimes I'm stupid and ignorant as well. But I want you to understand what you see today. Who gives a shit about the past? We've learned bad things happen. I got it. Ilhan Omar, a piece of shit that came to our country, she says something bad happened in 9/11. Some people did something bad. But that's in the past. Well, bitch, let's practice that. Let's practice what you preach. Who cares if Israel or Muslims started this shit? What I want you to look at is today. Where are we today? The Prince of Qatar, the Saudi Prince, all of the Arabs have agreed with President Trump. They want peace with Israel, except for fucking Iran. And I'm not talking about the Iranian people. I'm talking about the terrorist Muslim regime. The ones that support Hezbollah and the Houthis and all these pieces of shits like Hamas. I want you to judge by what's happening today. If these pieces of shit of the Ayatollah would just sign a peace agreement No nuclear weapons. No nuclear at all. They fucked that up. No nuclear at all for them. They will be able to make their wealth again. Sell their oil freely. Nobody will attack them. Nobody. Their people will be free. They'll be able to start making their money again and dressing the way they want to dress and have their freedoms. They don't want peace. They don't want peace. I don't understand why people hate Israel so much. You know, as if the Ayatollah is better. What is it? What is better about it? Convince me. Convince me that the Ayatollah is better. Death to America. Stop it. Stop it. And guys, and if you come into my channel and you see all these hateful comments on here, you have to understand, not everybody who comes into my chat is American. There's very dumb-ass pussy libtards in my chat. Most of them are illegal immigrants or foreigners that don't live in this country. This is why they support the terrorist Muslims. We are not a Muslim country. We are a Christian nation. Let me go ahead and continue with the Instagram feed and see what else we can find in here. Yeah, I don't have this lined up. We just go into the feed and we're judging it as we see it.
This was in Philadelphia.
We have done everything in our power to bring the United States to its knees. Let us not lose sight of the enemy. For every U.S. military base that crumbles, and for every U.S. soldier who returns home in a casket, we cheer.
You hate America? May a Hamas rocket blow up your family's home. And this was in South Carolina. Does America not understand what is happening? Do we not understand what has happened to the United Kingdom? Do we not understand that their goal is not to assimilate? It is to take over. Do we not understand that these are not just little cultural differences? That this is completely incompatible with the West? Honestly, somewhere between that and all of the evil in the world being orchestrated by a cabal of satanic, cannibalistic pedophiles, there's just something me that's feeling a little crusade-y. You know, like a little conquest, a little God wills it type energy. And
Gay. Gays for Trump. Gays for Trump. Maybe she's just a tomboy. Sorry, Becky Weiss. I'm going to follow her. You see that? Facts. Right here. In the United States of America, these motherfuckers are saying death to America. Who is the real enemy? We got to bring the United States of America to its knees. They're saying that here in our country, in your face. I'm not telling you to go start war with these fucking idiots on the street. What I'm telling you is stop voting for Democrats who allowed these fucking terrorists to take over our country. We need real laws. Punishments need to be given to those who are criminals. Those who rape and kill, they need to stay in jail. If we don't castrate them, they need to stay in jail. You understand? Crazy. You saw the videos right there that she put. Man, it's crazy. Bro, it's like these people are demonic, bro. I know he's wearing the Argentina's uniform, it looks like. But it's like these people are demonic. Bro, I don't make these videos up. What the fuck are you talking about? We're fear-mongering. Are you fucking out of your mind? I don't make up this shit. It's there. public. Everybody can see it. You fucking libtards have no brains. All you can do is insult Trump, and that is your life. Your life is filled with TDS. It's like you have no purpose. You have no purpose in life. Let me help you out a little bit. First, get at least the minimum education. Read, write, math, history. Get a job. Whatever it is. You're a gamer. Stream your games. Make some money. If you're a podcaster, then do your podcast. If you want to be a teacher, but be a good one. Don't be a fucking libtard. You see what I'm saying? Get some education, and then you go and make some money. Be responsible. I pay my bills. What? I love America. Love America. Learn some critical thinking skills. Common sense is not learned. You got to have it. I'm sorry. I can't help you with that. There is no cure for stupid. So if you're not stupid, you can learn. Unfortunately, most of the pussies are on the left, and they never lear. History is a lie. There you go. Mark Spencer is one of the fucktards that doesn't know what common sense is. Here's a little demonic kid. Look at this behavior. Bye. Bye-bye. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that, bro. What the hell? Hey. That's a libtard right there. That's what libtards get. Everybody else gets respect. You notice this? If you don't go out there throwing a bitch fit, everybody treats you with respect. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves having you around. But nobody wants to have a fucking libtard. Nobody. It's crazy. we just toss you out like garbage, just like that little kid just got dumped.
Check this out.
Does consent play into this at all? Islam's view on concubines.
A Muslim man can have up to 4 wives at once. And in addition to the 4 wives, he can have an unlimited number of concubines, which refer to women who are basically have slave status. When they are owned by her master, a woman owned by her master has to freely give of herself to the master. The master has the right to have sexual relations with her.
How does consent play into this at all?
By virtue of the fact that she's owned, she does not have the right to consent. Or to withhold herself from her master. The master has the full right over her, and her consent does not play anything in this relationship.
Uh-huh. What do you say about that? Go ahead. No, Christians don't marry children. Go ahead. Say something about that. That's coming out of their own Muslim mouth. Yeah. Yeah. Christians don't marry children. You're a fucking moron. Go ahead. Hey, listen, man. Hey, you are the ones on the libtard side defending Muslims. You say I'm spewing hate and fear-mongering. Muslims are not like that. Yeah, Shah Legendary definitely wants to be a Muslim. Must be good to have 4 wives. I'm going to tell you something, you perverts. I can barely handle 1 wife. I do not need 4 wives. Let me tell you that right now. Be careful what you ask for. Oh, man. They come in here and they just insult President Trump. They got nothing. They got nothing. They come in here and insult me. They got nothing. No facts. They can't beat the truth, obviously. Go ahead. Defend Muslims. There you go. Women, you can be sold as slaves till this day in Muslim countries. Go ahead, Range. Why? Why am I stupid? Go ahead. Put it on the chat. Put it on the chat. Why am I stupid? What have I lied about? And why is Muslims and their Sharia law much better than our American law? Go ahead. Tell me. Tell me, why are Muslim countries so full of hate and war? Why is that? Huh. Yeah, we got gangs and we're fighting cartels and the terrorists and criminals, but Muslims are so great. Why is it that everything they touch turns to shit? Mark Cooper, I love that. Oh, man. Dementia Donnie is spreading his mental illness to the MAGA morons again. Now, go ahead. Come on. Give me some truth. Give me some facts. I tell you what, we'll continue going through the feed and see what else we can come up with.
Humillación mundial a Sheinbaum.
A ver, a quienes les gusta la historia.
Who likes history?
Híjole, señora Presidente Coné, esto no le va a gustar.
¿Cuántos
Se viene.
años de colonia española vivió México?
0, porque México no existía.
She says, how many years of Spaniard colonialism did Mexico have? And the guy says 0, because Mexico didn't exist. That's just that 300.
300.
Entonces, si se refiere al periodo del virreinato, fueron 300, pero fue virreinato, no colonia.
Los españoles llegaron en 1521.
Es bien importante poner atención en la primaria. México nace en 1821.
What you guys don't understand, it's how old are we? How old is the United States of America? 250 years. That's crazy, right? Mexico was not born until 1821. Oh, no, hell no. I am not going to Tel Aviv. Are you crazy? I am very happy here in the United States of America, the greatest country on earth. See, that's the big difference between me and all of you fucktards over there. I love this country. See, you don't love this country, so you should go to Tel Aviv. You should go to Iran. Why don't you go over there and protest? Free Palestine. Go do that shit over there in Iran. Let's see what happens. Go over there and say, gays for Iran. Go see what happens. You know why you don't see the Ayatollah's son? Because that motherfucker's dead. That's right. The gay Ayatollah, he's not alive. And if he is, well, they don't want to show his face representing Muslims, do they? Oh, man. I can't wait to see him, though. I want proof of life. I'm sick and tired of seeing all these AI videos that he is alive. Oh, man. Great video. I wish it was in English so that people can understand it. Here we go.
We found over 100 billion, with a B, dollars coming from the Muslim Brotherhood into American higher education. Not declared. 10 billion to Cornell. Over 1 billion to Georgetown. Georgetown is the most important university here in the center of Washington. It has the most important diplomatic training program, not just in the United States, in the world, funded by the Muslim Brotherhood via Qatar. So the insidious nature of changing our students and scholars is serious. We found over $1 billion at Texas A&M. Texas A&M had the morality, the ethics to withdraw their campus from Qatar. So we had a minor victory. And one of the most pernicious, disgusting stories came from the Choices program at Brown University. At Brown University, Ivy League University, the Choices program creates curriculum for American children, K through 12. Over 8,000 schools across the United States of America take their curriculum and incorporate it into their schools, in which Israel is off the map. Christians and Jewish heritage in the Middle East is removed from curriculum. This is the insidious nature of the Qatari regime, and thanks to our study, they closed the campus. But what's more alarming, we're a small organization. We receive calls from parents across the United States of America saying to them, now it makes sense. This is why they took their children, 4, 5, 6-year-old children, out of schools, because they couldn't believe what their kids were learning in this great democratic country. And we can see after October the 8th, after decades of funding from anti-American, anti-democratic, sexist, anti-Semitic foundations, you can see the elite, the best educated students at the best universities in this country, coming to encampments, supporting Hamas. Hamas is the Palestinian chapter of the Muslim Brotherhood. How is it possible that young men and women, kids, teenagers, at the best Ivy League universities are coming out in favor of not only anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli politics, but anti-American politics? Something is twisted, and our enemies know. Influence the universities, you influence the society, and now we're beginning to see the rise of the graduates, 2 generations of graduates entering into our political parties, into our civic culture.
Well, well, well. Can't make this stuff up. Fucking libtard Americans, people born here, wearing the Hamas bandana. Fucking A, bro. Just because you are born in this nation, it does not make you a fucking American. Let me tell you that right now. All these un-American people born in this country supporting Hamas. Man, we already know this about the universities, college. That's why college is useless. It's garbage. And Guara, shut the hell up, bro. Shut up. Get out of here with that shit. The fucking ignorant ass people. The president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, was, since you brought it up, I'm going to go out and have to say it again, was pardoned by President Donald J. Trump because the communists in Honduras lied about him about the drugs. He was the one fighting against Venezuela to stop sending drugs through Honduras. President of Honduras was the only one, Juan Orlando Hernandez, the only one that was able to stop Venezuelan drug traffic from coming to Honduras. They had to find a route to the Atlantic Ocean. Fact. Democrats put him in jail because he stopped the route from the Venezuelan cartel drugs. And they put in a communist who right away showed her true colors and acknowledged Nicolas Maduro as a rightful president of Venezuela. And so did Democrats. The whole Biden administration was corrupted. All of them are fucking traitors to this nation. I'll tell you that right now. Where did my mods go? Mods, just get rid of all the garbage on my chat, will ya? I want Americans to actually pay attention. I want Americans to actually read good content. These retards that only know how to insult without telling me. They call me a liar, but they don't know what lie. They say that I'm a hypocrite, but they don't tell me why. They say they hate Israel, but they don't tell me why they love Iran. That's the kind of fucktards that we have to deal with every single day in this country. Too many damn illegal immigrants have been infiltrated, invaded the United States of America. And now, I'll tell you what, man, I'm this close. I am this close from joining ICE. This close from joining ICE. Man, I'm telling you, man. Don't worry. I'll speak to them in Spanish. Yeah. With my ugly English accent, I will go ahead and speak in English and Spanish to them. Unbelievable.
How you doing, Mayor Brandon Johnson?
Oh, this is nice.
Okay, well, I don't know, because you're not looking well. You're not looking well at all. You look like somebody that's under a lot of pressure. And you're under a lot of pressure because you've misled a lot of people. You made people think that they got rights and power and authority that they don't have. And now you got to face the reality of that, right? See, the evidence of that is the mere fact that this morning, while we're sitting here waiting for you to come in here, some immigrant with a head wrap on came and had the audacity to tell me, Danny, and Zoe that we couldn't sit there. Somebody who don't even have the right to be in this country going to tell us where we can sit. That's due to your leadership. That's due to you filling people's head with a bunch of nonsense. So let's cut through the chase. We told you, I know for a fact that I did, that we was coming for these seats. That still stands, sir. All you got to do is look at how the Republican Party is moving. You don't see that redistricting? That's getting some of them seats for Republicans? You don't see that? You don't see how you then had to close your mouth, sir, about all this white supremacy and Trump stuff because he holding back on that money. You don't have no money because all the money that you had, you gave it to these illegal immigrants. And now the feds ain't giving you no more money. And while you still sitting there looking like you don't know what I'm talking about that $70 billion that the Republicans on Pennsylvania Avenue just passed in that partisan bill to fund ICE for the next 3 years. We're tired of what you're doing. We're tired of looking at that ugly Obama Center that has displaced everybody over there. And you're proving to the black community that you could care less. In fact, you're proving to Chicago that you could care less. And so at that poll, we're going to show you that we can care less about you. You got that?
Yeah.
How
you got that? U.S. Navy spook. If you are American and you serve in the military, you fucking bring shames to the United States of America. I hope it's just a fake name. With that being said, I want to share a great joke. Let's just lighten up a little bit. Let's lighten up a little bit. We already showed that live. I have another live here to show you.
So let's say you own a pencil factory.
No, not this guy. Not yet. We're going to go ahead and show you first. I'm going to go ahead and show you a little bit, okay? This is a skit from 14 years ago. This is Jay Larson, wrong number prank on the Conan O'Brien show, just so you guys know, all right? I want you to just listen to the joke. I think it's funny. It's just for good old fun. And, if it's copyrighted, then I'll just delete it later. But if you are live, you can go ahead and enjoy it. Bye, Carl. We don't want spamming here. Go take a shower, will you? Learn how to wipe your ass and then come back. All right, here we go. Here's the greatest joke that you'll ever hear about spam callers. At least till now, I still think it is the greatest. All right, here you go.
I have a question. Your cell phone rings and you don't recognize the number. What do you do? Ignore it. Don't answer it. Not me. I like life. The other day, my cell phone rang 917. That's a New York number. I didn't know who it was. I picked it up anyway. I hit talk. I said, hello. Guy on the line goes, hey, Bruce, what's going on? My name's Jay, not Bruce. So I said, nothing much, man. What's going on with you? And he said, I'll tell you what's going on. I just got an email about the budget. It's supposed to be $15,000. Now it's $10,000. And I'd like to know what's up. I got excited in my chest. I grabbed the steering wheel. I was like, okay, focus. Your name is Bruce. There's a budget. It was $15,000. Now it's $10,000. No one's happy about it. That's all we know. That's all we know. So I just repeated back to him what he said to me, and I go, 10,000 is supposed to be 15,000. He goes, yeah, I know. Well, I just got an email, and now it's 10. I go, listen, man, I don't know what to tell you. I've been on the road all day. I haven't even seen it. And he goes, did you send this out? I'm giving some attitude to Bruce. I didn't like it. I said, listen, man, the budget was $15,000. We had a couple extra expenditures. It went up to $16,200. I reworked it, got it down to $14,700. I had $300 to play with, so I called it $15,000, and I sent it out. And he goes, yeah, well, now it's 10, man. And I was like, oh, my God, that worked. That worked. Phase 1 complete. Phase 1 complete. Like, now I'm in the door. I have a 401k. I was at the Christmas party, okay? So he goes, did Larry okay this? I go, listen, man, I took the budget to Larry. Larry said it looked fine, but I knew it was my ass on the line, so I ran it by Jennifer, just in case, just to double check. Jennifer said it looked good. I sent it out. He goes, yeah, well, now it's 10, man. And I realized this guy has no idea what's going on over there. He hasn't talked to Larry. I know he hasn't talked to Bruce. He doesn't even recognize my voice. I know he didn't talk to Jennifer. I just made her up. So he goes, listen, man, what are we going to do about this? And I go, listen, I'm on the road right now. I haven't even seen the email. Why don't you give Larry a call, check in with him, see what he says, call me back. Just praying he will, because that return phone call was going to be amazing. And he goes, you know what? Why don't wait till you get home, you check the email, you call Larry, you call me back. And I go, nah, bro. Larry knows way more about this than I do. Give him a call me back. He goes, okay, hangs up the phone. To which I explode with euphoria. Because there's a small business in New York that is crumbling to the ground over $5,000, and nobody can find Jennifer. They're looking. I get home, I'm so excited, I take out my cell phone, I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna save that guy's number, give him a call in a couple days, touch base, you know what I mean, check in. See where we're at, you know? So I save it in my phone under random guy. That's what he is, he's a random guy. 4 or 5 days pass, I forget about it. Laying on my couch, watching the ball game, phone rings on the dining room table. I get up, watching the game, grab the phone, watching the game, look down, random guy. But it's been a couple days, you know what I mean? So I'm like, random guy? Who's random guy? Like, who would even have random guy as their name that comes up? And then I was like, random guy! Like, now I'm panicked, you know what I mean? People's lives have been affected. It's only $5,000, but I don't know how big that company is. But I'm addicted to it. You know what I mean? I started this thing, I need to see it through. So I put my earbuds in, just get a little distance, you know, just get a little space. And I hit talk. Same guy goes, hey Larry, what's going on? Yeah, now he's calling me Larry. He knows something's up, but I'm not about to back down. I go, nothing much, man, what's going on with you? And he goes, well, I got us on conference call with Janelle and Marie. And I was like, okay, here we go. This is why we play the game, you guys. This is why we play the game. So I go, welcome to the call, ladies, as if to say, welcome to the show. You know what I mean? Here we go. Marie takes the lead. She goes, hey, Larry, what time is it where you are? I live in LA, they're in New York, it's 5:30, so I go, 8:30. It's 8:30. She goes, really, what's the weather like? And I was like, oh, weather's nice, weather's nice. She goes, you know, this doesn't sound like Larry. And I go, oh yeah? Who's it sound like? And a random guy chirps him from the back and he goes, sounds like Bruce! Sounds like Bruce! Like he's gonna blow this case wide open. And I go, listen guys, this isn't Larry and it isn't Bruce. And Marie goes, who is this? I said, I'm just some guy who had nothing better to do than to mess with you guys. And Marie got pissed. She was not happy. She goes, you understand we're trying to run a business over here? And I was like, yeah, well, I got that from the budget. I just figured it was a business thing. And she goes, what do you think? This is some kind of joke? And I was like, well, a little bit. Thought it's pretty funny. And she goes, let me ask you something. And I go, no, you let me ask you something. And she goes, what? And I go, where are we at with the budget?
Brian, if you don't think that's funny, bro, you have no fucking sense of humor. Now, I got something better for you guys. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this video is because yesterday, I think it was, I was talking about this comedian, and I told you I'm going to find the clip and I'm going to play it for you. That's why I'm playing it. So if you guys didn't watch that, you guys don't know what the hell that was about. But anyways, it's a hell of a funny joke. If you didn't like it, man, you got no sense of humor. But I do got something for you, socialist. This is an old clip from Ben Shapiro. But I want you to listen to the logic of a socialist. These people are geniuses. Man, how could I ever compete with these geniuses? Ah, man. You guys ready? Here we go. We are going to go ahead and listen to the logic, the brains behind the plan, so to speak, for the socialist. Man, these people are they're too far advanced for us. Us common sense people, we just fall short. You know what I'm saying? You're just crazy. I got to move that around. That didn't come out where I wanted it. Maybe I'll put it over here, and we'll see how it comes out next time. All right. This is... I'm going to see if I can put the libtard on there as I play this video. Let me see. Yeah. We're going to put the libtard right over here on the side. We'll make her a little bit smaller. She has been the icon for libtards ever since President Trump won the first election. You guys will enjoy this. Hopefully, I have it muted. Let me see. Yeah, let's mute that. Okay, here we go. This is the brains of the smartest of the brightest of the libtards. This is how socialists think about companies. Well, don't let me tell you. Let him say it.
So let's say you own a pencil factory, I'm a worker in that pencil factory. You can have all the machinery, you can buy all the raw materials you want, but without me, and presumably many others like me, to assemble the pencils, all you would have is a pile of wood, yellow paint, graphite, rubber, and aluminum.
Okay.
That would be worth it. And that is worth less than the pencil when you try and sell it. And yet, all of that value added by labor, apart from the wages that you give me, which if we're being honest, there is a major power imbalance in our ability to negotiate that.
If all that putting the pencil together requires is basic use of your prefrontal cortex, then yes, your labor is alienable at lower rates than if you are a doctor. That's not the fault of the person who owns the machinery.
But if you didn't have workers like me and your pencil factory and you were just one man.
But I have millions of people who are willing to do that voluntarily for me.
if you're just one person trying to assemble pencils, you're not going to get very far. You need workers. Capital needs labor infinitely more than labor needs capital. That's why you have worker cooperatives where the workers
I
are the
fundamentally disagree on the distinction between capital and labor. Capital is just a term for money. If you're talking about money, money does not grow from the ground. Money only has value because it was traded for labor at one point or the products of labor. So if I take my money and I buy machinery, I have invested my labor in doing that because I didn't get the money from nowhere. Even if I got it from my parents didn't get the money from nowhere. The people who built the machines required me to trade something of value to them in order for me to obtain the machines. The people who invented the machines required people to pay them in order to get the patent to that machine so they could build the machine. The problem that I'm seeing in what you're saying is you have still failed. If what you're talking about is a system of voluntarism, you still have not named any area in which we disagree, and yet you're telling me that you're a socialist and I'm a free marketer. So one of us has got this wildly wrong, and I'm pretty sure it's not me.
The differentiation I draw, and I'm not alone in this, I'm not one person trying to redefine anything, the differentiation I and many others like me draw between socialism and capitalism is that under capitalism, when you as the owner of the factory, you give me a wage. The wage could be $7.25, it could be $15, it could be whatever an hour, right? But you give me a wage. All the additional profit above the made from selling the pencils or whatever good you produce above what is reinvested into the company ultimately goes to you or the investors, those who own shares in the means of production.
Right.
Under socialism, those people are the workers, and the example I give again is cooperative enterprise.
No, those are the people who are investing the risk. So if they carry the risk, then they get the benefit. The owner of the factory carries the risk, therefore he gets the benefit. The workers in the company you mentioned, if that company were to go bankrupt, they would carry the risk as well as the benefit. If the company goes bankrupt, and this guy has to pay off all of his debts, the worker may lose his job, but he's not the one who's going to incur the debt of having gone bankrupt. If you incur risk, then you're the one who pays the downside. The worker does not pay the downside. Okay, it is the investor who pays the downside, who invested in all the machinery, who sunk millions of dollars into making your labor productive. Because guess what? Your labor is without that machinery. Gunk. Nothing. You don't have a pencil to put together, you don't got the wood, you don't got the paint, you don't got the rubber, you don't got the metal, you got nothing. Right? You're sitting there, standing outside, twiddling your thumbs. It required somebody to invest, who do you think put more in? The guy who spent millions of dollars buying all the machinery, leasing the place, making sure there was a management structure, doing the LLC formation, making sure all the tax code was in compliance, or you standing outside because you can stick a piece of graphite into a piece of wood?
Facts. Facts. Socialists will destroy the United States of America, and this is why Muslims love to support the libtards. You know, one thing that you guys probably don't know on the left side is that these Muslims, they don't believe in abortions. Yeah. They go with you. They go with you so that you can kill your offspring. But they don't allow their Muslim women to abort. Did you libtards know that? I bet you didn't. But it's a truth. It is a fact. It is a fact. But anyways, those are the two videos that I wanted to show you when I was talking about yesterday, right? About the pencil, you know, and this and that. That is exactly how socialists think. And they want to be able to control the companies. They want to be able to get a big piece of the pie. You know what I'm saying? But they're not makers. They're just takers. They're not makers. They're just takers. I compared this before. Settlers are makers. Migrants are takers. I'm not. Migrants have skills. I seen some badass roofers. Pow, 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 measuring, boom, boom, cuts in the ground, cuts in the ceiling. Everything's fantastic. Great workers, but they are here to take money. They provide a service, labor, and they get money. It's probably too much for these people to understand. Let me see. Somebody was mentioning something about ICE is finished. Let me see what's going on here with ICE. I'm going to say this before we get into anything crazy here. I will say this. This is my opinion. This is only my opinion on ICE. First of all, let's get the elephant out of the room. Let's acknowledge it and get him out of the room. First of all, I blame Democrats and their sanctuary cities for all of these illegal immigrants who have managed to bring a lot of gangbangers and criminals like drug cartels to come through this country. I blame Democrats for that. I blame Democrats for their sanctuary city policies who protect these criminals, forcing ICE agents to put their life on the line to go and grab illegal immigrants. All right, with that being said, let's go take a look and see. CNN has a clip here. You know how CNN is. Why not? Let's go ahead and listen to CNN's report here and see what she says here on the Migrants' Rights Group. Here we go. This is Migrants' Rights Group. Colombian man killed in Maine. Another ICE shooting. Here we go.
Maine. An immigration rights group says the man was a 26-year-old from Colombia who was authorized to work in the United States. Maine Senator Angus King says he spoke to DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin about the incident and was told that this person was the target of an immigration enforcement operation and had been ordered removed from the country. King says Secretary Mullin also told him the man was shot after he allegedly tried to weaponize the vehicle he was in. The senator adding that the agents were not wearing body cameras. A witness says an ICE officer repeatedly yelled before opening fire after a car appeared to drive toward.
Now they're bitching about not having body cameras, but then Democrats, all they do is fight about the budget from ICE, trying to undercut, defund ICE is what they say, and they want them to fucking wear cameras. I agree, they should have cameras, but, you know, for whatever reason, I am against ICE agents on this one for not wearing cameras. Listen, you have at least have one of the guys, man. Grab a damn phone. You know what I'm saying? Grab a damn phone and follow them around. I don't know. It's that simple. It's that simple. No excuses to not record these actions. If they recorded these actions with their body cams, I mean, it's not like it's going to make a difference because these libtards are still going to hate ICE. But the fact is that they should have something to show the people so that we can speak about it.
Him. Another witness says the man was bleeding profusely from the head and told the officers, quote, "I tried to stop."
Biddeford resident Laura Peters told CNN she heard multiple gunshots come from the intersection of two nearby streets around 7:17 this morning. The gunshots are heard in a video captured by her doorbell camera. Let's take a listen.
Is that a car?
Multiple gunshots can be heard, but Peter's surveillance video doesn't appear to show, I should say, any law enforcement or vehicles or personnel. Reacting to the shooting, Maine Governor Janet Mills posted the following statement on her official Facebook page. "I have been briefed on the fatal shooting," she said, in Biddeford this morning involving federal law enforcement. "I know that situations like these are alarming and frightening. The Maine State Police are at the scene supporting and working cooperatively with the Attorney General's office, Maine's Office of Chief Medical Examiner, and federal officials to determine the facts of what occurred this morning."
The fatal shooting comes just days after a federal immigration enforcement officer shot and killed a Mexican immigrant during a traffic stop in Houston, sparking new calls for transparency and accountability. We're joined now by John Sandwig, former ICE acting director under President Obama. John, thanks for being with us. What questions do you have about how this particular case unfolded based on really the few facts that we know here?
Yeah, Brianna, I mean, it's the same as always, right? What caused the officer to think he was in, mortal fear here of imminent bodily harm? But also, Brianna, look, this is now at least the 18th shooting involving ICE since the commencement of the Trump administration, involving someone in a vehicle. Right. So what I want to know is, why was the operational plan here to take this guy into custody while he was driving? Could we have done this in a way that posed less risk, not only to the individual himself, but to the ICE officers themselves? Car vehicle stops are incredibly dangerous. They're not something that generally federal agents do. Those are what state and local police do in marked vehicles. It's especially not something that ICE has done, and definitely not something they've done much of over the last 6 years, Brianna, where the majority of the arrests have taken place of people that are already in Border Patrol custody or in custody of state and local police. So I want to know, What was it? What was the plan in terms of when we went to apprehend this individual that made us say, hey, a vehicular stop was necessary, and that we couldn't have let him at least arrive at his destination, take him into custody there, or take him into custody before he ever got into that vehicle?
Is it problematic that there appears to be no body camera footage? That's what Senator King is saying at this point. Of course, we haven't seen video.
Yeah, ICE has said they're going to roll out the body cameras, but again, this is the second shooting now with the Houston shooting just last week where no body camera was footage. I would also urge, listen, the best way to protect these agents themselves is to have the body camera. The body camera oftentimes, more often than not, the body camera shows and justifies the use of force used by the law enforcement officer wearing it. I would like to see make this a priority, right? We know, listen, it's not a shortage of money. ICE has never in the history of ICE been so well funded as they are right now. I would urge the secretary to, quickly deploy body cameras to all officers so that we're not all in the dark trying to figure out what happened here. And Brianna, let me say one other thing, of course. We're still dealing with this massive credibility gap that really arose in Minneapolis, right? So now the body camera can help eliminate those questions, eliminate all that suspicion that the agency is under whenever there's a use of force incident as to whether or not the officers are telling the truth. I hope that we get those body cameras deployed as quickly as possible.
That's what I was actually going to ask you about, because federal immigration officials, they haven't exactly earned themselves, right, the benefit of the doubt. Because in past federal officer-involved shootings, even when there turns out there is video, it's emerged and it does not match up. There have been key cases, obviously, where it does not match up with the initial accounts that we have heard from federal immigration enforcement. I do.
See, that's what I'm saying, that there is a problem. Because even if there is video, these people are going to believe the narrative that they want to believe. Let me say this, since the libtards don't want to answer the question. Who created this problem? Libtards automatically say Trump created this problem. Let me be clear. We voted for President Trump to do mass deportations. That's what we voted for him. Democrats have been fighting every single day to stop Trump's administration from deporting illegal immigrants. We want mass deportations. You know why? Because we had a mass illegal immigration in this country. We have been invaded. How hard is that to process? Just because you made friends with illegals, just because you're over there probably fucking illegals, it doesn't mean they get to stay here. That makes you a sellout. That makes you a traitor. Do you love your country? Do you love the United States of America? Swalwell didn't. He was sleeping with a Chinese spy. He didn't care about America. Traitors. That's what I call that action. Traitors. A lot of illegal immigrants come into my chat, and there you go, Juan. They call me a sellout. To who? Who did I sell out? Go ahead, put it in the chat. Tell me, who did I sell out? Why am I... Robert, stop deleting messages. I want them to answer the questions. Don't put them in timeout for 30 minutes. You can delete the comment, but don't put them in timeout because I'm asking them questions. I want them to answer it. And if you block them, well, they're not going to answer it. Well, not that they're going to answer it anyway, but I would still like to think that they just didn't want to answer. Go ahead, Irene. Tell me, Irene. Okay, that was Streamlabs. Tell me, Irene, why am I a kiss ass? Are you fucking retarded? ¿Qué tan pendeja eres? How stupid are you? We have a border for a reason. We have immigration laws. They're not there for fucking decorations. They are there to be maintained. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what accents you have. You have to abide by the law. If you live in Washington State, you can go and get yourself an enhanced license that shows that you're an American citizen. So when they pull you over and they say because you look brown or because you have an accent, you'll show them that license with proof of citizenship. Now what? What is your fucking little excuse to support illegals in this country? Well, fuck you very much if you don't believe in respecting the laws of this country. All of you are scum. What you can do is be honest and be like, hey, listen, man, I'm here illegally. I love this country. I hope I can get papers. Be honest. Be honest with yourself. But don't just sit there and defend criminality because one of your lovers, one of your members is a criminal. We just don't do that. I tell people that I know that are illegal, hey, listen, if you're here illegally, I'm not going to call eyes on you, but I'm going to tell you something. You know that you're not supposed to be here. So when you get deported, don't blame it on this country. You ask for it. Remember that. You ask for it. See, this illegal immigrants that come into my chat, all these illegal immigrant sympathizers, all these libtards, all these un-American, anti-American people that come into our chats, they think they know me. They think that they can just go ahead and they don't even know who they're talking to. The law is very clear. I'm on my 6th divorce. Why? You going to pay for the lawyer fees? Fuck you very much for your concern, but I don't give a shit about your opinion. Anywho, I was born here. You're probably a fucking anchor baby, ungrateful little bitch. Go live in the country that you will protect, you pussy. Well, first of all, you gotta put an apostrophe and an M on that. I don't give a shit if you were born in this country. You're an anchor baby. You're not a real citizen. If you're an anchor baby and you love America, hey, you're my brother. You're my people. They hate it when I tell them the truth, don't they? They hate it when I tell them the truth. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Thank you, Kana. Appreciate that. Appreciate the positive comments. Appreciate the positive feedback. They don't want to hear it, but it is what it is. Look at that conspiracy. With that name, you fucking dare to make a comment, bro? Get out of here. Go make a different name. Go find something that brings purpose to your life. Yeah, all of my husbands, man, they got tired of me. Thank you, Eric. Now get the fuck out of my chat. You don't love this country. You just love the Muslim doggy style. You just like to take it. That's what you love. You don't love this country. You piece of shit. How ungrateful these fucking Americans are. It is unbelievable to me that somebody that has it so great can be so ungrateful and not respect this country. But I tell you what, man, I love my freedom of speech. And if I got 3 people here watching with me, that's fine. But nobody's going to stop me from telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? Man, you know, I try to use TikTok, and TikTok gets mad at me. Oh, foul language. Oh, strike. You can't say that. Strike. Fuck TikTok. Fuck Instagram. All of those outlets that try to stop your freedom of speech, fuck them all. I don't care. Yeah. Jose Duarte, how are you, brother? Let's see, Dennis, I want to know why New York City voted for a Muslim, even though September 11th, 2001 attacks and all the people that are still dying. Yeah, I know, man. I know. Respect. Respect is not voting for Trump. Conspiracy guy. Go suck some more nuts. The ones you like from the libtards. Let's see. Dennis has been telling the truth. What have you done except hate this country? Oh, man. Americans are patriots. They have honor and serve. And there's different ways of serving. Don't get too high and mighty with me on that. Not all of them serve with honor. A lot of Americans serve, and they are with dishonor. I tell you what, man. Telling the truth is the kind of warrior that I am. That's it. Come after my family. I'll fuck you up. I promise you that. Don't mess with my family. This is why I support President Trump bombing the shit out of Iran. He's protecting his family. He's protecting all of us. See, 21,000 patriots agree with me on my chat alone. Not alone the millions that follow other conservatives and other American patriots. 21,000 patriots agree with me. Interesting. Randy, why don't you go finish that whiskey? Go finish that whiskey, my friend. Go finish that whiskey so that you can actually go to sleep. Oh, man. Here we go. I'm going to give you guys a chance. Thank you, Clank. I want to give you guys a chance. If you are against me, go ahead. Put a comment on the chat and tell me what you disagree with me on. Go ahead. Go ahead. I warn you. If you say anything that breaks the law and you support it, shut the hell up. All right, with that being said, go ahead. Tell me. What should we do with illegal immigrants? Go ahead. Sergeant. Go ahead. Tell me, what should we do with illegal immigrants? Just don't agree. That's not an answer. That's not an answer. What should we do with illegal immigrants? Yeah, Guns N' Roses, they have like maybe one or two good songs, I think, in my opinion. Deport them immediately. Yes, sir. Arthur, how are you? Good to see you in here. I'm trying to give these libtards to give me some comments. I'm actually paying attention to the chat, guys. This is your moment of shine. Enlighten me with all the brains that you... As a matter of fact, you know what? I need to take a small break, but we still need to cover this. Let me remove the closed captions. Now, I can still hear. This is why I got my earpiece. But let's go ahead and listen to President Trump signing executive orders yesterday. Let's go. Let's see.
Representatives from Utah, at least mostly from Utah. And we're doing something very dramatic and very important for the people of Utah and the people of our country, because many people use it. We're terminating certain monuments. They call it monuments, not the ones we have outside, but these are large, thousands of acres. It's a total of almost 3 million acres, and we're going to be discussing it. But in fact, I think we'll start discussing it right now before I sign. After that, we're going to be signing 2 documents that are close to 1.5 million acres each. And Governor, do you want to say a few words about what we're doing and explain it to the press.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. President. This is a big day for Utah. The president did something very similar several years ago during his first term. Of course, the monuments were re-expanded under the past administration, and this matters to Utah. We believe that under the Antiquities Act, it's very clear that these monument designations are supposed to be the smallest area possible to protect the antiquities, and these multi-million acre monuments that are bigger than the state of Delaware certainly do not fit that designation. Now we definitely care about protecting these antiquities, and will continue to do so. The problem is with these giant monument designations, there are no resources that come with those. We have 9 monuments in Utah. 7 of them are around 700 acres to 7,000 acres. That's what this was meant to be, not millions of acres as what happened with Grand Staircase Escalante and Bears Ears. And so we're grateful that the president has made a determination that we need to right-size these monuments. Again, this does not remove the other protections that already exist in those areas, just making the monuments more manageable so that we have the resources necessary to continue to protect these antiquities. I know we have the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Interior here with us. Kay, is there anything you'd like to add?
I'll just say the Antiquities Act is 120 years old, but the first monument that was created was only 1,200 acres. So if you think about it, since then, President Clinton, President Obama, and President Biden have increased the acreage in the state of Utah and locked those acres up. Over 3 million acres.
For nobody to use, right? You can't do anything. You can't go hunting. You can't go fishing. You can't do anything. You can virtually not even walk on it.
That's exactly right, sir. So you were remedying that today.
I remember. No, I do remember. I have a great memory.
And Mr. President, I know Senator
And this
Lee's
is actually better than the first time.
It is better. Yeah, Senator Lee's been very involved, I know, in conversing with you.
Good. That's true. Mike?
Smallest area compatible with the objects to be protected. That's always been the standard under the Antiquities Act. President Biden, President Clinton, and President Obama overlooked that standard. President Trump is fixing it today.
Thanks, Mike. You had something to say. I thought that was very important.
Celeste.
Well, I think it's worth noting for the press in the room that both of these monuments were created over the unanimous opposition of Utah's federal delegation, our governors, the county commissioners, the locals who are worried about losing multiple uses on these federal lands. And we're standing here with the governor, the Speaker of the Utah House, the entire Utah federal delegation supporting a president listening to the people of Utah and saying, we know you value this land, you want it used for multiple use and not locked up. And so this is a very different process than how the monuments were created.
Well, they took the land away from the people, quite honestly. It was ridiculous. And I remember Orrin Hatch, before he passed away, he was a great guy, he was a friend of mine, and he felt so strongly about this. And we signed, and then they terminated it after they got in office, which was crazy. And we're putting it back, but we're actually giving more than we did the first time back to the people of Utah. Please, go ahead.
Couldn't say it better than Representative.
May I point something out? I think people don't understand Utah is over 2/3 owned by the federal government. These counties where these monuments are at are over 90% federal land. When people make decisions about this 2,000 miles away, you can see how that steps on the local people who only control about 5 or 10% of the land with local government. So not only do you have all these dynamics, you have an economy. You can't pave roads, you can't build schools, you can't pay fire people, police department, because of this dynamic of 95% federal lands. The other part of that is Utahns will tell you they love these lands. They manage them better than people 2,000 miles away. So if this is about good management, it really should be done in Utah by people who have demonstrated over decades and decades and decades and generations that they're good managers of this land.
Great job, well said. Anybody? No? You're leaving? I can't believe it.
Very, very excited.
I can't believe it. You're excited? Where are you going from here?
Well, can I say this first of all? We sat down with the previous administration and said that when we just work this out, so we don't have to keep going back and forth. Just work with us. Right. And we promised if we didn't, that once we have the power, we're going to make sure that the people's voices are heard. So thank you for helping us keep our promise. Wow. And unfortunately, the last administration did not understand that this would happen one day. So thank you so much.
Great honor. Let's sign. This is very nice. I'm very happy about this. And better than the first time. Okay, here's number one. Okay, number two. Here you go. Thank you. Almost 3 million acres. Going to be well taken care of now. Okay. Penn, who should I give this to? Maybe the governor's representative, right? And Mike, how about taking one, right? Thank you. So, we've done something that was, I think, very desperately needed. It was very unfair to the people of Utah. And now fairness has been brought back. It's going to be better taken care of. And they'll be able to use it a little bit. So there's something very nice about that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Any questions about this, first of all, most importantly? Anybody want to talk about this?
I've got one.
Yeah, Jeff,
I've got one on Iran too, but I'll start with this. Just you said that 70% of the land was federal. Was there any other way to turn this around? How is it that I guess my question is how did it get there if it's a state?
Go ahead. You want to discuss that, please?
The land ownership is what it is, but under the Antiquities Act, 120 years ago, Congress made the decision to give presidents the power to designate by executive proclamation certain land as monument. It was supposed to be the smallest area compatible with the objects to be protected in connection with that. Now, initially, as the Deputy Secretary of the Interior explained a minute ago, that meant a few hundred, maybe 1,000 or 2 acres at the most. These are 3 million acres. As I explained to President Biden, that's 2 Delawares. It's been abused, and so it was done by executive action. President Trump is right-sizing it to bring it in compliance with what the law says.
And Mr. President, just on Iran, you have said now to Congress that we are back at war. How long do you expect this to take, and what's the legal basis?
Take what?
The war.
Well, I think it's going very fast. We've demolished their military. We're hitting them very hard. We had a deal yesterday or the day before yesterday. It was all done. And then they broke up that deal immediately because they found out there was something in the deal they didn't like. And they're wired differently, and we're not going to put up with it. We are just going forward. We're attacking them tonight. We're taking out all of their capability for anything having to do with the Strait, with the Hormuz Strait. And I think in the end, we will end up just controlling the whole thing. And what they're doing is being very foolish, very stupid, and they've treated people horribly. They've killed 52,000 protesters so far that we can determine. It might be more than that, but 52,000 protesters have been killed, and it's really a terrible situation. But we'll have it under control very quickly.
You mentioned that you're going to, just one quick follow-up. You mentioned,
wait.
You're going to, just hold on one second.
Wait, Jeff.
I'm sorry, I was
Be
asked the
nice, Jeff. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr.
I
President.
have to teach him to be nice.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your presidency, so a lot of us here actually witnessed a miracle 2 years ago today as we were on the ground covering your rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Right.
You said a lot of times that you believe that God has saved your life. Has there been a moment throughout your presidency so far where you thought, this is why God kept you here?
Well, we're doing a lot. You know, we have a country that I use the expression "Make America Great Again," and we've done far more than anyone thought possible, including maybe even me. We've done things that are unreal. At $19.2 trillion, the money being invested in our country is more than any country has ever had by many times. We have trillions of dollars coming in because of the tariffs and the proper use of tariffs, because all of the things. I think because of the election. November 5th was a very important day. When you look at the military, we have the strongest military in the world. We rebuilt it largely during my first term, and we have recruitment now. We're setting records in recruitment. We had, if you go back to the campaign when I used to talk about it, the last administration, they couldn't recruit soldiers. We needed soldiers in every single branch of our military, and that included police and firemen. Nobody wanted to do anything having to do with the uniform in this country because they weren't proud of the country. And now that people are very, very proud to be an American, our country is doing phenomenally well. We're respected all over the world. If I go, no matter where I go, we just got back from NATO, and I think you saw the response. It was like a very beautiful thing, actually. It was a total response, totally positive response. No matter where we go, we're respected again, maybe respected more than ever before. So I appreciate the question, but that's pretty much it.
Mr. President, thank you. Cameron Arkham with Town Hall. I was curious about our reports about Iranian drones in Cuba. There are concerns about that. Where does the relationship of the U.S. stand there? Is military intervention still on the table there?
Well, if they do have that, and they might very well have that, we'll take care of it. Marco's just in the other room. And if they do have that, we'll take care of it in short order. We're not going to have a problem. We're not going to allow that to happen. So it could be that they're storing some. We're looking into it now. It could be so, and it maybe isn't. But we'll figure it out fast.
And what are you expected to speak about on Thursday, do you think?
I'm going to speak on Thursday. We were thinking one of the nights, but this has been such a busy news day today with all that's happening. A lot of very positive things have happened, including the Indy. We're going to have an Indy race, as you know, in 41 days. And that's going to be incredible. Around the Capitol, around down Pennsylvania Avenue, it's going to be something. They have 250,000 tickets ordered. It'll be like UFC, which set every record in the book for that business, which is the business of fighting. So we have the Indy cars coming, and it's going to be great. And while we're talking, I have to pay on behalf of Mike and myself, and I think everybody's standing behind me very strongly. I want to pay my respects to Lindsey, who was our friend. He was a friend of all of us. He was a great guy. He was a great politician, actually. And it's hard to believe he's gone. He spoke to me just before he passed away, just to say hello. He got back. He felt fine. He was a little tired. And then this whole thing happened. And it's tough. So the flags are at half-mast until Saturday evening, which is an extended period of time, generally speaking, but I think he deserves it. And he's a fantastic person. He was a fantastic man. He was actually a great politician. He got along with almost everybody. And when he didn't get along, they knew it. He was tough, but he was a good man. He was very much in favor of the Save America Act. He called me about that. We were talking about that and some other things, but he just felt tired, but he felt fine. And then this horrible thing happened just a short time afterwards. So it was terrible. I just want to pay our respects.
Mr. President, you mentioned that Iran has agreed to a deal and then walked away from it. Have you reached the conclusion that a negotiated settlement won't be able to happen?
No, I never reached that conclusion, but we're hitting them very heavy tonight, as you know. We're hitting them. We have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have numbers that we haven't had in years, and we're hitting them very hard, and it'll continue, and we'll see what happens, but we're knocking out all of their offensive capability, and we're controlling the straits. We're putting the blockade back, and it's a blockade not for anybody but Iran. In other words, anybody doing business with Iran can't go through. Everyone else will be able to go through. So it's a blockade. It's a very strong blockade. The blockade was probably more effective even than hitting them, but I think the combination is the thing that really does it.
But you think a deal is still possible? You think they'll return to the...
Yeah, I think a deal is possible, sure, I do.
But Mr. President, you noted the United States is bombing Iran again. I mean, you've been bombing Iran for months now. Is this just the new normal for the American people?
No, well, we're in Vietnam for 19 years. We're here for 4 months. So I think we've done a lot. We've knocked out their Navy in a period of 1 month. We knocked out their Air Force. Their Air Force is non-existent. We knocked out most of their missiles, most of their drones. We knocked out their drone manufacturing capability, about 92%. Their missile capability for manufacturing, we knocked out 89%. And they have a little capability, but they don't have any capability for us. This is almost a military skirmish. Now, with all of that being said, you have to get people that want to make something. We had a deal with them 2 days ago, and then they said, oh, we can't make that deal. We have to negotiate it further. And this is what they've done for 47 years. The difference is nobody negotiated like I do. And this should have been done by Bush and Obama and Biden and people before them, frankly. It's 47 years they've been ripping off everybody and really hurting and killing thousands of people. So they killed 52,000 protesters, but they killed many, many people with Soleimani, who I killed in the first term. Soleimani killed many people, many people, and not only killed, when you see a young former soldier walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been horribly hurt, that was done by Iran. That was done by Soleimani. He was a person that was very evil. He was an evil genius. He was looking to take out a lot of our military installations in Iraq and Iran, and I got him before he got us. So we have to do what we're doing, and the strait is open. It will be open. We've cut down their capability very substantially, but they're going to fight for a while. Our military has done a fantastic job, and the bottom line, though, and I say it to everybody, and I say it as much as they want to listen, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't bomb them with the B-2 bombers, that plane right there, if we didn't bomb them, they would have had a nuclear weapon long ago. Within 1 month from the day we bombed them, they would have had, if we didn't do it, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, Israel would no longer be with us. The Middle East probably would no longer be with us, because you saw they sent missiles to 5 different countries that never even knew they were involved, because they're stone cold crazy. They are crazy, and we're not going to put it up. Yeah, I want to be reimbursed because we're protecting a very rich portion of the world. We're spending money, and so what we've done is we are going to be reimbursed for protection. We're protecting by the countries that we're helping. For instance, you look at the 5 countries. You have Saudi Arabia, you have UAE, you have Qatar, or Qatar as I always say, you have Qatar, Bahrain, and by the way, you have others. You have Kuwait, and you have others, and they will do very well, but we think it's appropriate that we don't need them. We have more oil than any other country in the world. When you add Venezuela, which has been amazing, which has tremendous amounts of oil that we control, when you add Venezuela and everything else, we have more than 50% of the world's supply. We don't need it, but we need it from the standpoint of protecting allies, et cetera, including Israel, including Saudi Arabia, including Qatar, including UAE. We're protecting all of them, and we've done a very effective job. So 4 months ago, these people had military that was very strong, by far the strongest probably in the Middle East. They were called the bully of the Middle East. Now they don't have a Navy. They have 159 ships underwater. They had a total of 159 ships. Now every one of them is underwater. They had 230 airplanes, attack planes. They're all gone. They're gone. They had tremendous radar. It's all gone. They had tremendous anti-aircraft. It's all gone. Sadly, their leadership is all gone. They had their first-tier leaders are all dead. Their second-tier leaders are all dead. Their third-tier leaders, who we're dealing with more or less, some of them are already gone. And then you read fake news like your network, CNN, which is fake news. You read them. You have them say, well, actually, aren't they doing quite well? Let me just tell you, they have now inflation of over 300%. 4 months ago, they had inflation of 5%. Now they're at over 300, could be 350%. They made a deal, they broke it, probably 10 times. And they killed a lot of people. They killed our people. But the protesters, what they've done to the protesters, 52,000. Have you ever seen any of the burial lots where they're burying the protesters? They killed 52,000 protesters, and on my watch, they can't do any of that. So we have them in a position that they don't have any military. There's not a thing they can do about it. All they have is fake news, because they have the fake news, would rather see us lose the war than win the war, which is really treasonous, in a certain way. So we're doing another very major attack tonight. They want to make a deal. They came back. We made a deal 2 days ago, and they want to make a deal. They've been negotiating for 47 years, but nobody's ever hit them militarily. We're hitting them very hard. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Woo, man, you guys are busy on that chat. But hey, sorry, libtards, but I do have some more news to share. Now, this is going to be our great speaker, Mike Johnson, and he issues an epic warning about communist threats to the United States of America. Here we go.
Come on. Come on, people now. Shine on your brother. Everybody get together.
Gotta love one another right now.
That is quite the contraption down there. It is horrible. Yeah. Well, good morning, everybody. And before we begin, I want to take a moment to honor the life and legacy of Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator Graham was a stalwart defender of conservative values, a staunch ally of President Trump, and a devoted public servant, and he spent decades fighting for the country that he loved. His sudden passing is a tremendous loss, not only for South Carolina, but for our entire Republican Party, but for our entire nation. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family, his friends, his staff, and all of those who knew him and loved him. Senator Graham understood that freedom is never guaranteed. It must be defended at home and around the world from those who seek to destroy it. And for most of history, Americans could agree on one basic principle. Communism is evil. It crushes freedom, and it destroys prosperity. It gives enormous power to a small oligarchy who believe they know how everyone else should live. We didn't agree on everything. We understood that communism is the enemy of everything America was actually built to be. Sadly, not anymore. Today, communist candidates aren't hiding in the shadows. They are running openly and winning the seats. And they are preparing to bring their ideology to the United States Congress. Our guest today, Mr. Jimenez, knows exactly where that ideology leads. His family fled communist Cuba in search of freedom here in America. And in a moment, you'll hear directly from him. When people who have lived under communism warn us about what is happening, we actually should listen because they've been there, they've experienced it, and they fled to a better place called America. Because it's not just one radical person. It's not just two. It's in double digits. Actually, communists serving in the Congress of the United States of America. And that should actually horrify everyone. Because communism is not some fashionable theory dreamed up in a college classroom. It's already been tried, and we already know where it leads. And where does communism lead? It leads to breadlines in the Soviet Union, political prisons in Cuba, and starving children in Venezuela. Different countries, different decades, but same results. Communists have failed everywhere it has been tried. It's destroyed every nation unfortunate enough to fall under its control. Remember when the Berlin Wall fell? Remember that? Everyone ran to the American side, not the communist Russia side. Everyone ran to the side of freedom. But the left keeps insisting that this time somehow it will be different. Let me share with you, it will not be different. The slogans may change, but the consequences never do. And that's not some distant warning about what could happen years from now. It's happening right now in real time. Look at under communist Mandami. Look at his New York City. Right? Remember, he preaches everything's going to be free grocery stores, free rent. Ask Mayor Mondami what happened to rent in his beloved city of New York City. Let me share with you the facts, not the rhetoric, but the facts. The median asking rent is now almost $5,300 a month in Manhattan and $4,300 a month in Brooklyn. Guess what? Those are higher than before he took over with his communist ideology. Rents increased. Mr. Mondami, what happened to free rent? What happened to free? Last I checked, $5,300 a month is a heck of a lot more expensive than free. But don't let the facts get in the way of a good story, right? These are real life consequences of the communist experiment. Working families are actually paying the price. And what makes this moment even more disturbing is the contempt that these people have for the country they actually want to leave. Miss Chevalier admitted that she used the American flag as a napkin. A napkin. The flag that has been draped over coffins of 18-year-old service members who never ever got to come home. It has been carried on the battlefield, folded with reverence, and handed to families whose lives will never be whole again. For some families, that folded flag is the last piece of their loved one that they will ever receive. Around the world, people living under tyranny see that flag and dream about standing underneath it. Some risk their lives just for the chance to stand underneath it. And the Democratic Party, these people that they want to send to Washington, they want to wipe their greasy little hands with the American flag. Then there's Ms. Vang, a Democrat candidate for Congress who refuses to recite the Pledge of Allegiance and has turned her back on the American flag.
Really?
That's nice. And now she wants to come to Congress? Are you kidding me? And the Democrats want to send her to Congress? No way. If you cannot face the American flag, you have no business representing the American people. If you despise the country, then you do not deserve to lead it. And if your goal is to tear down everything our founders built, Republicans will stand in your way every single day. This is no longer a debate between slightly different economic policies. This is a choice between freedom and tyrannical government control, between the American dream and the failed nightmare of communism, between the people who believe America is actually worth defending and the radicals who want to destroy it and actually seem embarrassed to represent it. These are all people who hate our country and everything that our country stands for. But you know what? I have great news for them. The beauty about living in America, the beauty about freedom, is they are actually free to leave. So if you hate this country so much, there's flights leaving every day. I welcome you to get on one of those flights and leave the country that you despise so much. Because as Republicans, we love this country. We love the principles that it was built on. And we want to stay and continue this country for our children and our grandchildren. The communist left wants to replace that with dependency, coercion, censorship, and oppressive government control over nearly every part of American life. We won't let that happen. We will defend this country, and we will make certain that communism never takes root in the United States of America. And now somebody who knows that, who has lived that, who has experienced both sides, Carlos Jimenez, is here to speak on the actual effects of communism. I'll move the box.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. And it certainly is a pleasure for me to be here to tell my story of how I got to be here, how I got to be a United States congressman. And it starts in 1959. We had a revolution. Fidel Castro promised that we were going to have in Cuba, where I was born, we're going to have elections in 6 months. Free and democratic elections in 6 months. It's 67 years. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. So the promise that a better life is to come and that you're going to have a free and open democracy is false. When you look at the Democratic Socialist agenda, it says that they want to eliminate the Senate, they want to eliminate the presidency, they want to stack the courts. Now, why would they want to do that? They want to do that so they create one body, which, by the way, the only people allowed to run for that body will be members of the Democratic Socialists, which is the Communist Party, which is what happens in Cuba, by the way. You can't freely run for the assembly. You have to be a member of the Communist Party, and the Communist Party apparatus has to approve you running. Okay, so there's really no democracy in Cuba. They promise you free health care, and they promise you great education. So let me talk about that. Health care is free in Cuba. You can't get any, but it's free. The hospitals are a mess. There's no medicine. The doctors, if you want to get an appointment, it takes you months to get an appointment. And so in Cuba, you actually do get what you pay for, which is not much. As far as education is concerned, Bernie Sanders goes, when he talks about Cuba, they say, well, their literacy rate is very, very good. Actually, the literacy rate in Cuba in 1959 was the 4th highest in the Caribbean and South America. Today, it's the 3rd highest. But that comes at a price. The price is you only get to read what they want you to read. You don't get to read what you want to read. Well, there's a reason why I'm here. The reason I'm here is that as a young boy, 6 years, I was in 1st grade in school in Cuba, and I asked my father one day, hey, why did you bring us here to the United States? And he goes, well, one day you came and you asked me a question about the United States and the Soviet Union or Russia, and your answer taught me everything I needed to know because you were being indoctrinated. And in fact, I was being indoctrinated. I would carry a little red and black armband that I was part of the revolution. I would have a little stamp book, okay, to commemorate all the great things that the revolution had done, and then they were already cooking my brain about the revolution. And so my father said, is that what you think? I said, yeah. Where did you learn that? Oh, I learned that in school. Reminds me of some of the stuff we're hearing about right now. It's happening here in our country. And so he said, okay, we're out of here. And we're out of there. And you know what we came here with? $10 and a watch. Still have the watch. All right. And my father and my mother built a new life here in the United States because they wanted to give me freedom. Some other parents actually sent their children here by themselves, seeking freedom. Think about that, where you value freedom so much that you actually send your kids to another country to be foster parented and put with sponsorship so they can live in freedom. Those folks are known as Peter Pan. And there was a great program, it's called Peter Pan program, where thousands of Cuban children came to the United States, sent by their parents, seeking freedom. The other thing that Lisa was talking about is we are free to leave our country. In Cuba, you're not free to leave your country. As a matter of fact, thousands of people have died in the Straits of Florida seeking freedom. If communism was so great, why would they risk their lives to get on makeshift rafts to try to make it to Florida, where there is freedom? Why? Because communism robs you of everything. It robs you of your opportunity. It robs you of your life. It's misery. Communists are correct in one thing. Everybody's the same. Everybody is equally miserable. That's the only thing that they gives you. And so, for those here that somehow say that socialism, by the way, when they say they're socialists, they're not. They're really communists, okay? Bernie Sanders is not a democratic socialist. He's a communist, all right? And so is Mandami. He's a communist too. By the way, he kind of reminds me of a young Fidel, all right? With a smile. Don't let the smile fool you. They want to take everything from you. And look at their agenda of what they want to do. Now, there's a great saying that says, one picture is worth 1,000 words. Now, I got some pictures for you. Shows you about communism, okay? All right, so Mandami says he wants to control the means of production. So, East Germany. This is a 1963 East German Trabant car. One of the worst, if not the worst car ever made. By the way, if you were in East German, you'd wait in line a couple of years to get one of these beauties. Okay? Now, right over the wall, same people, Germans, okay? We're building this thing, a Mercedes-Benz. Which, by the way, you could buy anytime you wanted to. You didn't have to wait years to get it. So, I think, let me see that Trabant again. I'll take this one over this one anytime. But that's what Mandami wants to do. He wants to control the means of production. This is what you're going to get, by the way. If you're lucky, you get one of these Trabants. If you're not, sorry, you got a bicycle. All right, that's about what you're going to get. So, let's go to Cuba. This is where I was born, okay? This is La Época, which is basically the Macy's of Cuba in 1959. This is La Época today. A little different, right? All right, so now we're going to go to a theater, all right? So this is Villa Blanca. This is a theater in Cuba, a very famous theater in Cuba in 1959. This is what it looks like today. So communism brings you. All right. Next, we have the National Hotel. No, that's not it. The National Hotel. No, the National Hotel. Where is it? Okay. The National Hotel in Cuba, 1959. Also, you can see the Cuba as it looked like Havana, what it looked like in 1959. This is what it looks like today. Not much has happened in Havana since 1959. And by the way, if you look real close, you're going to see 1957 cars running around in here from the United States. Still running, okay? But the ingenuity of the Cuban people. By the way, the Cuban people are very successful all around the world. There's only one place that they don't succeed. Cuba. This is Miami in 1950s. Now, most Cubans went to Miami, all right? This is what we call home. This is my hometown. This is the city I love. 1950s. Miami today. Same people. Different system. Skyline, Miami, 1950s. Skyline today, Miami. Hell of a city. Built by the same people. Yeah, we had help. Some Americans are there, I think, okay? But thank you for helping us, okay?
At least we could do it.
Freedom. Now finally, something a little bit closer to home. This is where I lived, in Havana. It is a condominium. It's called Rio Mar. It was designed by my uncle, actually, all right? And so my family lived there half the year, and the half the year we had a ranch in Oriente province, all right? This is where I lived. This is what it looks like today. I got a better picture. This is what it looks like today. By the way, there are people living here. That pool right there, you see on the bottom? That's where I learned how to swim. That's what communism brings, okay, to you. Now finally, freedom brings the light. Communism leads you into darkness. And there's no better picture to show you than what Cuba and Florida looks like from space at night. You think I'm a little emotional? Yeah, damn right I'm emotional, all right? Because my family came here seeking freedom. And I'll be damned if I'm going to have to pack up my family to look for freedom somewhere else. By the way, where are we going to go? And so, yeah, bring it on. I'll fight the communists to the death because I know what it brings. I know the future it will bring to my children and my grandchildren, and it's a pack of lies. And people that believe in this ideology are one of two things. They're either idiots or they're evil, because they want to take your freedom away. And for those that are too young to understand what communism really is, hopefully those pictures will show you exactly what it is. They have destroyed my home country, utterly destroyed it. But they haven't destroyed the spirit of the Cuban people. And I look forward to the day when we can say that will no longer be true. We're waiting to go back to rebuild that beautiful island and make it again. That island had the second highest standard of living in the Western Hemisphere, right behind the United States. Today, the standard of living is below Haiti. And so, yeah, there's a lot of potential there. We're ready to go back. The Cuban people have been asking for freedom, and July 11th was the anniversary of the July 11th movement that happened some years ago, a couple of years ago, where the Cuban people, the Cuban government, in order to stay in power, what did they do? They did what they always do. They went and beat up on the people that were out simply asking for freedom, and they put thousands of people in jail simply for asking for freedom. I don't think that's what we want in the United States. Thank you, and Lisa, give it back to you. Okay, thank you. Wow, what a powerful tale that Carlos told. I mean, it's a cautionary tale. It's a tale of what really happens when people come delivering snake oil sales. Everything's going to be great. Everything's going to be free. Carlos told you, when Castro came in, we're going to have free and fair elections in 6 months. And it's over 60 years and they still haven't happened. And they won't happen as long as communists stay in power, because all they care about is power. And I don't think anything could explain what we are so concerned about here in America than Carlos Jimenez, who has truly lived the American dream. Fled a communist dictatorship. Luckily had wonderful parents who cared about him and didn't want him to have to come up in that kind of environment, wanted him to have freedom, wanted him to have opportunity. And you can't get that in a communist state, but you can get it in America. You can get it in America because you have leadership who still cares about freedom. This Republican leadership has fought every single day for those freedoms that make this country the greatest beacon for freedom and democracy in the history of the world. And there are some now who want to take that away, and they're getting into power. They want to get the House majority. We are not going to let that happen. You look at some of the candidates that Mandami has backed that espouse those same communist views that Castro brought to Cuba when it was a free and beautiful place. And they're still talking about that in these races, not just in New York, where you literally have a candidate who has such radical, extreme communist views that she deleted over 4,000 tweets. How crazy and radical are the things that you've tweeted that you have to delete, not 2 or 3 of them, over 4,000 of them, including things like, sure, she said she did wipe her hands on an American flag. She said she wants to not just defund the police, she wants to defund prisons. Now, is she going to take the criminals into her own house? Probably not. She wants them to go into your community. Mandami, with a smile just a week and a half ago, in a record heat wave in New York City, told the citizens of New York to raise their temperature up to 78 degrees on their thermostat. I guess that's the warmth and collectivism of socialism that he talked about in his campaign. Not the kind of warmth people of New York were counting on. But that's how it starts. It starts where you can't raise your temperature over 78 degrees, and then they're going to come check and make sure you're not raising it over 78 degrees. Then they'll probably fine you, and then they'll probably try to put you in jail if you do it. That's what communism is. That's what we are raising their red flag over, because we're not going to let that red flag fly over this United States Capitol. That's what's on the ballot this November. Make no mistake. When you see these radical candidates, when you see somebody like Diana DeGette, who nobody would call a moderate. I'm a good friend with Diana, served with her in the Energy and Commerce Committee. Kind of a traditional liberal Democrat, got beat by a communist in Colorado. somebody espousing those same views. That's what's on the ballot this November. It's no longer reserved to just the city of New York. They're trying to spread it all throughout the country. And ultimately, the American people will decide that in November. Are we going to hold on to these great principles of freedom that make America the best place to live, the place that people want to come to? Are we going to allow communists to change it in an unrecognizable fashion, in a way that we'll never be able to come back from? We cannot let that happen, and the American people will not let that happen. So we're going to continue doing our work. We have a lot of work still to do. You're going to see this week the Budget Committee move the beginnings of Reconciliation 3.0 out of committee. And we're moving more bills through the floor this week, another appropriations bill. But at the same time, we are also continuing to raise the alarm that on the other side of this strong House majority, House Republican majority fighting for freedom, are now communists who want to change everything and take away those freedoms. And they espouse hatred of America shamelessly on the heels of our 250th anniversary celebrating our freedom. Where would they choose? And I think it's a good question for any of y'all to ask them. As they talk about all the things they hate about America, ask them what their ideal country is. I think it's a very good question to ask. Who's number one? If this place is so bad that they won't leave, they have the freedom to leave, they won't leave, they can. They should, if they hate it so much. But if this place is so bad, who is that place they aspire us to be? I think that's a fair question to ask, because it'll also tell you everything you need to know about them. We're not going to let that happen. And the man leading the charge to preserve freedom and democracy in this great Congress is our Speaker, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Thank you, Carlos Jimenez, for sharing your incredible life story. Thank you to Chairwoman McClain. We're a little more animated these days than normal. I brought a little fire to our House Republican Conference meeting this morning because I feel like Carlos does. I believe everything is at stake right now. This isn't campaign rhetoric. It's not hyperbole. You see what's happening around America. I am often reminded these days of the writings of the founders, the warnings of the people who put together the principles that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world. They warned us against times like this. In more recent times when we were kids, in the 80s, Ronald Reagan used to remind us all the time. You hear me repeat it. You have to understand freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not passed along in the bloodstream. Reagan said it must be fought for. It must be protected. It has to be taught, passed along to the next generation so that they too will understand these principles that hold us together. I'm somewhat of a historian. I'm a constitutional law attorney. I know many of you we're all amateur historians here. You must be if you work on Capitol Hill. You watch and follow these developments. There's a small number of times in the history of America where the actual experiment in self-governance was on the ballot. The idea that we would preserve a constitutional republic, a one nation under God, a government of, by, and for the people, all that is in question right now. For the first time really in my lifetime, this is a real question the American people have to decide in November, in a midterm election for Congress and Senate. It's not something that we would have projected. I hoped and prayed it would never come to this, but here we are. The barbarians are in the gate. Last night I did a little, in a big group actually of VIPs that I took on a tour. I don't get to do that very often anymore, but took a tour of the Capitol, a quick one. We wound up on the House floor, and I pointed to them, as you may have heard me reference this often, I think of it a lot. Why did Congress put "In God We Trust" above the rostrum of the Speaker's podium there in the center of the House? It's inscribed in the marble, as you know. You can't miss it when you walk in the chamber. It's the first thing people notice when they walk in at eye level and see it there. And I pointed out that in the Visitor's Guide to the House, it explains that. It says it was put there in 1962, and it says in the Visitor's Guide, it's been published for many years, it said Congress voted to place that there as a rebuke to the Soviets because of their philosophy during the Cold War. What was the philosophy of the Soviets? It's what Carlos just outlined, same philosophy of Cuba. The brutal dictatorship there that robbed him of his childhood, and so many countless others. They've lost their lives trying to flee from that brutal dictatorship. The philosophy of the Soviets during the Cold War was Marxism, communism, socialism. That's That's the thing. And when Congress voted in 1962 to put that there, it was right after your childhood in the late 50s when the Castro took over and destroyed Cuba. It was a completely foreseeable result. We were fighting it during the Cold War on distant shores in the USSR. And Congress was resolute on that. They were all united, and they understood that that's not who we are as Americans. The reason we are the greatest nation in the history of the world, the most free, most successful, most powerful, most benevolent. You hear me say it all the time. The reason that we are the greatest nation is because we were built on an entirely different and opposing set of values. Congress put In God We Trust above the rostrum because they wanted to remind everybody who would ever serve in this body in Congress that there's a huge distinction between us and the Soviets' philosophy. Communism, Marxism, socialism, all this begins with the premise that there is no God. It's a totally different philosophy. And our declaration that we just celebrated, 250 years on July 4th, the nation's creed, as you hear me talk about all the time, the second paragraph, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. Our rights come from our Creator God. They do not come from the government. The communists believe the opposite. They believe that the government is, the state is God. The state is the one that gives you all your rights. And you know what? The state can also take those rights away. And that's exactly what happens. It's inevitable. Communism and this philosophy has led to the murder of tens of millions of innocent people in the 20th century alone. It is a nightmare. It is a trail to certain death, okay? And that's why we're speaking in such stark terms, because we need America to wake up. We're not even, look, 35 years ago, Republicans and Democrats in Congress, when I was coming up in, the Reagan years, they were fighting communism on a distant shore. Now it's here. But in Congress, they all agreed on that. They obviously knew that we had to fight communism. And so what they were doing here for domestic policy, that was foreign policy. Domestic policy, they were arguing over, marginal tax rates and the shades of regulation and how large the government should be. There wasn't a huge difference, a chasm between the two parties. Those days are gone. Right now, domestically, we are arguing, we are debating, we are fighting. The election will be over whether we're going to maintain our freedom in a constitutional republic, the greatest experiment in self-governance in the history of the world, the longest surviving constitution on the planet, the nation that everybody wants to emulate, and everybody wants to come here. We have to seal our borders so they won't flood over them. We're the only nation in the world that has that distinction. We're the last great superpower. We are the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are fighting right now in Congress over whether we're going to maintain our status as a constitutional republic, or we're going to trade that in, dismantle the foundations, and go down this dark road of death to communism. That is the question on the ballot this fall. Now, DSA published their platform. I hope you're all covering. I hope you're writing in depth about their platform. I read it out at an event a few weeks ago, and they made an ad mocking me reading their platform. Now, they didn't put the clips with the worst parts of it. Representative Jimenez just told you, Carlos told you that, well, of course they want to pack the Supreme Court, and they want a unicameral legislature. They want the House to run everything, abolish the Senate, because they believe the House would be run by Marxists, communists. They'll be able to run the table on everything. They want to remove the president. What they also want to do is abolish all borders. They don't want any borders. They want mass amnesty granted to anyone who can come onto our shores without exception, even for terrorists and hardened dangerous criminals. Okay? They don't want prisons. It's in their platform. They want to remove the carceral state, they said. No prisons. They don't want to fund the police. This is not a game. Everybody needs to understand. These crazy little mini Mamdanis who are popping up all around the country, they are a danger to you and your family. This is not a game. If they promise you free stuff, there is far more beneath those promises that even some of these people do not understand themselves. And so we are here as the Republican Party to stand on the founding principles of the greatest nation in the history of the world. It is our duty to do that. And we're doing it on behalf of all of you, even the journalists who don't agree with our policies all the time. You better agree on these principles, because it's what keeps you free. By the way, it's what keeps the press free, okay? This is essential for your well-being and your family. This is not a game. This is not our father's Democrat Party. We're not arguing over marginal tax rates anymore. We're arguing over whether or not freedom is going to survive. And that's why we're so serious about this. Look, I'm a happy warrior, man. I like to get up and have fun, but this is not a fun time. We're in a war. We're in a philosophical war to save the greatest nation in the history of the world. And we take it very seriously. So we recruited extraordinary candidates. We are raising record amounts of money that is necessary to win these elections. And we understand everything is at stake. Ronald Reagan used to quote Abraham Lincoln, and he reminded us that America is the last best hope of man on the earth. As was asked here very well, very articulately this morning, if not here, where? There is no answer to that question. This is the best. Not a perfect nation. We're still in a process of making a more perfect union. But we are working every day to ensure that the principles of individual freedom and limited government and the rule of law and peace through strength and fiscal responsibility and free markets and human dignity are maintained, because that is the formula that makes a successful, free, happy people and a successful nation. I'll take a few questions. Yeah.
There's been a lot of discussion about what's going to be included in this reconciliation bill. Can you walk through how important and how imminent it is that the Pentagon needs additional funding and what that number precisely is going to be in the reconciliation bill?
The question was, can you list the specifics of what the request is for the Pentagon? We've seen it's over $350 billion as a request, and some of this is transformational kind of funding that will help us change the dynamic of the Department of War and make it more efficient and effective. It's already the greatest fighting force on the planet, not even close. But there are some ideas, a real vision on how to improve that even further, to bolster that. You've heard the president talk about how he wants to effectively double the funding for national defense. Look, we live in dangerous times. We're fighting communism on our own shores, and we're fighting evil terrorists and tyrants around the world. And we have to be able to protect our national security. So this is not the place to get into the details of that. We're having a briefing tonight at the Pentagon with House Republicans, where Secretary Hegseth and his team will go through and outline a lot of this. Much of that's going to be classified, of course. But I can tell you that our resolve is to ensure, if there's a list of responsibilities of the federal government, and it is a small list, the appropriate list of what the federal government is supposed to be, remembering in our matchless system, under our constitutional system, most of the power is supposed to be reserved to the states and the people. But there's a few list of responsibilities that must be done by the federal government, and obviously national defense is one of them. It is the first priority to protect the people. By the way, in his State of the Union a few months back, the President asked that very important question of the body. Hey, stand and applaud if you think the number one job of the federal government is to protect American citizens and not illegal aliens. Every Republican stood for long applause. Every Democrat sat scowling on their hands. That's everything you need to know. A picture's worth 1,000 words, a video's worth even more. Go replay that. We're going to take care of national defense. We're going to meet our first priorities. We're going to do it in the order that we can gather the votes for. Reconciliation 3.0 is in process. There will be a markup this week. I was on the phone with Chairman Harrington until late last night. We're working out the details of that. I expect it to be noticed today for a markup on Thursday. And you will see the details of that, and I'm not going to unveil it here at a press conference this morning, because we're working through with members, as you know how this is done, to build consensus so we can lay that out. So stay tuned for more on reconciliation.
The ICE agents who killed the person in Maine yesterday were reportedly not using body-worn cameras, and that's despite DHS officials coming to Congress and repeatedly saying over the last few months that they want to expand body camera usage. So does there need to be accountability on DHS from Congress here?
I don't know anything about this event. Okay, I was a little busy yesterday, so I'm going to reserve judgment. I know that there was a tragic shooting, and I'm not going to comment on it because I don't know. And you guys can mock me for not knowing that. I worked about 22 hours in the last few days, and I did not get the briefing on that yet. I will this morning. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Do you commit to putting Lindsey Graham's Russia sanctions bill on the floor of the House?
We've long supported a Russia sanctions bill. The vast majority of the Republicans do, and I was heartened to hear that apparently Senate Republicans in the White House have come up with a formula that they think will work, and we're happy to receive and process that. I think it's appropriate. I've always felt that way. So yeah.
Last question, guys.
On Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, the president says that the MOU is dead, hostilities are back on, and says the 60-day clock is just reset. Is it time to consider an AUMF vote? And when it comes to the toll that the U.S. is reportedly going to be charging, is that really proper? I mean, in the past, your administration has said there should not be a charge, and now 20%.
I'm going to let the White House answer to that. We're still awaiting further details on the toll idea. I was with the president for about 3 hours yesterday. We talked about it very briefly because we had a lot of other things on the agenda. I think we're awaiting further details, and we'll determine that. With regard to the Strait of Hormuz, there is a memo of understanding. But Iran seems to have no interest whatsoever in maintaining any of those provisions. And when they are firing on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, it's a danger to all freedom-loving people around the world and the economies of almost every nation on the planet. And so the response from America is appropriate. What do you do with these people? Listen, They're not good faith actors. They cannot be trusted. The people that are in these negotiation rooms, as the president said himself yesterday, they will say one thing and literally walk out the door and do the opposite. So it's a very sticky situation there. When you're trying to have a negotiation with someone who you know is lying to you to your face. That's the challenge we have, and we trust the administration is going to continue to work to resolve this. We need to, we want to, of course. I'm heartened that gas prices have not risen again. We're about $70-something a barrel last time I checked. We need to keep that under control, and commerce in the Strait of Hormuz is important. There's at least, by my count, dozens of nations, scores of nations probably at this point, who are willing to assist, I think, if asked, to help police the Strait of Hormuz, so we'll see how that develops. I think it's a job for everybody. I'm going to defer for closing comments to Carlos Jimenez because there's something on his heart, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, the speaker made mention of the fact that the Democratic Socialists are promising to defund the jails. That's a lie, and I'll tell you why. The lie is that not only will they keep the jails, they'll add more jails. And the jails will be for those political dissidents that are willing to express their views. In Cuba, the Constitution says this. Today's Constitution says there's only one party that's allowed, and it's a Marxist, Fidelist, as follows Fidel, and Leninist ideology, and that if you even express an opinion otherwise, that you want some other kind of government, you are considered a traitor, and then subject to death. And so anybody, just ask all the folks that went out on July 11th a couple of years ago, what happened to them? Their prisons were opened up and they were put in prison. So it's not that prisons are going to go away. You're going to have more prisons. Soviet Union under the KGB, the East Germany under the Stasi, and then Cuba today under its security forces. They have plenty. They had and have plenty of political prisoners in prison.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much truth and facts are given to the people. For some reason, these libtards just never learn. I don't understand why. Well, I'm going to say this, man. I don't know. I think every day we worry about the people on the chat that hate America. But I want to tell you, I think it's a very, very minimum number of fucktards that we have in America. And the rest are just a bunch of illegal immigrants and people that don't like us. So we will continue to stand up for this country. And I am very glad that we have a lot of patriots that support me on that. I want to go ahead and show you a clip from Scott Besson showing the new money being made for the United States of America. Check this out.
Tonight, we're taking you somewhere the cameras usually don't go. The Treasury Department's secret vault. And we found something that's never been seen before. Beautiful room.
And here is the Treasurer's vault from 1863. And, Jesse, I can't let you pass the gate.
No?
Too much money in there, Jesse.
Okay.
Too much.
All right, you don't trust me.
Well, it's not you. It's not you.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, exactly.
And so what used to be in this vault, or what's in this vault now?
Well, I can't tell you what's in there now, but Americans used to come and cash their checks here.
That's where they came here?
Yeah, or banks could present and get greenbacks. Solomon Chase, who was the treasurer or Treasury Secretary during the Civil War, created the greenback. States used to have their own money, banks used to issue their own money, and he consolidated it into the greenback so people could swap for greenbacks here.
Were there silver coins? Were there gold coins? Were there certificates?
All of the above.
Okay.
And we still have all those, but now most people use currency.
I hear there might be a new brand of currency around the corner.
Well, it's same currency, just different series.
And it's going to look different.
Well, it's going to have one big change on it. For the 250th, the president's signature is going to be on it for the first time. So I think it's fitting. Donald Trump is president during our 250th anniversary, so it'll be the president's signature and my signature on it.
Let's go take a look.
Let's go take a look.
Dollar bills.
Jesse, welcome to the Treasurer's office. It's when we have 3 museum offices in Treasury, and this is one of them.
This is a beautiful office with a great view of the new big, beautiful ballroom.
It's big and it's beautiful.
It's almost finished.
It's going fast. going fast.
Donald Trump's signature will be on a $100 bill.
Well, it's going to be on all the currency for the 250th.
Everything.
Yes. So as Treasury Secretary, I only have 2 mandates. The currency has to say "In God We Trust" somewhere on it, and there cannot be a image of a living person, but we have the president's signature, which again, I think it is appropriate for the 250th. During the 150th, there was a Calvin Coolidge coin, so we can put living people's images on a coin. The president's also going to have a coin coming out with his image on it. We could put your image on it.
Let's not get carried away.
People might hoard. People might hoard it. So.
My family, and that's it. Can I see the president's signature?
Yeah. So here's the sheets of hundreds, hot off the presses. Watch out! Don't smudge it. don't smudge it. So what'll happen? They're printed here in D.C. or Dallas. Then they go to the Federal Reserve, and the serial numbers are all registered at the Fed, and then the Fed starts sending them out into the banking system. So this fall, that these with the president's signature will be available.
When liberals see the signature, are they going to light it on fire?
Well, yeah, that's good for the U.S. government when they do it. So their hair's on fire, so they should keep the currency away from their hair.
I see the president's signature is probably the smallest he's ever written anything.
Well, you have to do your signature in a box, and there's trouble keeping it inside the lines.
Okay. Did he use a Sharpie?
He used a miniature Sharpie.
A mini Sharpie.
A mini Sharpie.
Got it. And this doesn't cost any more money to the taxpayers to put his signature on?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. We rotate the currency always, so nothing extra to the taxpayer. And there's something called seigniorage. So we put out currency, and people take it. We take in cash, and then we collect interest on the cash. So the more cash that people in the U.S. or around the world are willing to hold, then better it is for our budget. And I think people are going to want to hold the president's signature.
I am, for sure. Do you carry around a lot of cash? I mean, now, in your personal life.
I don't have a lot of cash anymore. I'm a public servant.
Poor Scott Besson. You've seen the rise of communism. They say that they could make things more affordable. Do you think that's possible?
Well, they make it more affordable by making people worse off. And look, things are very cheap in Cuba. Things are very cheap in Venezuela because nobody has any money. I think the money supply in Venezuela went down 90-something%. So you can level things off and make everyone destitute, which is, this is like a Bolshevik revolution again.
The president said, I could be the best communist. I could promise everything for free rent, free food.
Yep. And the shelves will be empty. Like I remember I went to Russia right after the wall came down and the Soviet Union fell apart, and it was just destitution, nothing there. So there's a choice, and I think the American people, there's a small vocal group, and I think the American people are going to push back.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. Everyone's very excited about the new bills with the president's signature on it. Could I take a sheet home?
You can write a check. You can write.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
I got the biggest smile in the world right now, knowing that every single libtard, every single person that hates President Trump is going to have his signature in every single dollar. I'm going to show my passport. Bam! President Trump in the passport. Oh, man. America, let me tell you something. These people can invade our country, can hate us, can disagree with us, and can even try to destroy us. But the facts are, they can't. They can go ahead and say and laugh. They can do that. We'll give them that freedom. But America is for American citizens and for those who love it. That's all I got to say about that. Now, let me go ahead and hear the last report about these drones in Cuba. What's going on here?
Breaking news now as the President of the United States is about to greet the Prime Minister of Iraq, Ali al-Zaid. They're at the West Wing right now, and they will meet. And you can imagine what will be front and center, the war with Iran. And remember, our military bases during the time of this war against Iran have been hit by Iranian proxies. So Iraq full center. You see the Prime Minister and the President there. Let's take a quick listen.
Love Iraq. Do you think a peace deal with Iran? Represented. This man just won a big election. They are very well represented. I can tell you that. Thank you very much. How about the Kurdish region, sir?
That's why I always pause there, because this president often will take a question or two shouted by reporters. And what he said there was critical. He said, just won a big election. He's talking about Ali al-Zaid, the new prime minister of Iraq, and saying, you know, this is a person that he is excited to meet with. I'm paraphrasing him a bit, but I outlined very briefly some of the things that are important for those two men to hit. And so the president with a warm welcome for this prime minister. And to talk more about this, because I really want to focus on this, as we are now inside about 5 hours from getting more kinetic, particularly in the Strait of Hormuz and the war against Iran. So officially in a ceasefire, not feeling very ceasefire right now, but this is a really important meeting to be having. We have to protect our military bases inside of Iraq, and we need that airspace to potentially do that. There's a whole lot on the line. I'm welcomed now by the member of the Senate Finance and Homeland Security Committees, two critical ones. He's also the Abraham Accords Caucus co-chairman and Senate Republican Conference vice chair. Great to have Senator Lankford with me right now. First of all, welcome to the program, and your first top-line thoughts about this meeting that's taking place.
Yeah, incredibly important to be able to maintain the relationships between the prime minister there, which was a long process actually to have a new prime minister in Iraq. Many people may not know that. Last year I was in Iraq. I was in Baghdad, met with the previous prime minister, met with some of the leadership there, and then also in Erbil in northern Iraq in the Kurdish areas. Those areas are very, very important to American security, quite frankly. We have all seen what has happened in the past in that region. We have a lot of blood and treasure that has been shed there, so it's important to America that is maintained. And if we're going to maintain pressure on Iran, we've got to be able to make sure that we're able to launch and to be able to move from that area. So maintaining a relationship with the United States and with the leadership of Iraq is important in the days ahead. And so it's really good for the president to be able to meet with him face to face, and for the new prime minister to come to Washington to be able to personally meet with President Trump. I think is significant.
Senator Lankford, I had looked up right before the show today just a few times, and we know over the years Iran has tried to kill and has successfully killed many Americans in that region, particularly hitting our military bases. But from almost the start, as the war began against Iran, Iran launched missile and drone attacks against U.S. military installations in the Gulf region, including facilities used by American forces. So that has been a kind of a critical point of them being able to see if they can poke the bear and kill a few Americans. Your thoughts on who we're fighting right now? And we now have had more days of a ceasefire than actual war, but it doesn't feel very ceasefire-y.
No, it doesn't. So Iran's been attacking the United States for 47 years. And when we were fighting a war against Iraq in particular, Iranian forces were actually coming across, teaching some of the Shia militants there how to be able to attack Americans, facilitating them with improvised explosive devices. We had hundreds of Americans that died based on Iranians that were coming into Iraq to be able to specifically work to be able to kill Americans. When I was in Baghdad last year, there's an enormous picture of Soleimani, who we took out in Iraq. That is an Iranian general that was the key person that was focused on attacking Americans. His photo is right in front of the presidential palace there in Iraq. So there is a lot of influence between Tehran and between Baghdad, and it's important the United States keeps Baghdad separated from Tehran as much as we possibly can, because those two countries need to stay separated out, and be able to have Iraq actually be just a proxy for Iran is bad for the world, bad for the region, certainly bad for the United States.
Well, and talk to me if you can, just, and I know it was just a little bit of color and texture that we saw, but warm words from the president, and he always speaks his mind. So if he's not feeling it, we've taken enough of these to know that he's not saying it. But he did today. And it seemed to be, I mean, he recognized his recent election. It seemed to be something that was even beyond trying to just court them to keep them away from Iran. Potentially, what could our relationship yield with Iraq?
Yeah, long term, we could have a good relationship with Iraq. There's a lot of American investment that's flown into that area, the northern area, the Kurdish area. There's a tremendous amount of American investment happening in Erbil. When you get into Baghdad, they've been very open. It's one of the things that I was visiting with them was about American businesses and trying to open up. Obviously, they've got to deal with their Shia militants there and with the localized violence. Yeah. But as they deal with their own government and localized violence there, that allows us to be able to do more business and interaction, not just in that country, but in the entire region. We got lots of friends in the region, with Israel, with Jordan, with ongoing relationships. Obviously, Turkey's a NATO ally. We have lots of friends in the area there, and so we want to be able to continue to maintain those friendships and relationships.
Well, one of the things being reported today is a possibility that the president might come to Capitol Hill, not physically, but at least in terms of the topic of more kinetic power against Iran at this point. And we call that war, but we're already at war with a little bit of a shaky ceasefire, obviously. I had on Matthew Wiz Buckley, decorated F-18 fighter pilot and Top Gun graduate, on the Focus yesterday, and he said this, which is a widening beyond actually in Iran. Let's watch.
Reportedly, there are hundreds of drones down in Cuba. Now, I was based at Naval Air Station Key West, and we have Homestead Air Reserve Base. We have CENTCOM down in MacDill. Well, we're punching overseas, Harris. I want to keep an eye on our southern flank because the Cubans aren't friends of ours either. And you know, China and Russia would love nothing more than to potentially enable them. So we do have hundreds of drones off the coast, 90 miles from Key West, that are a potential threat. So we got to keep two eyes peeled here.
Look, and that was the second time in 1 hour on this program, because the former mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez, was also talking about, because his family fled Cuba after losing members of them dying in prison, but many of them were able to get out years ago. And he said, look, of course there are Iranian training artists on the ground. Like, they've been able to set down inside Cuba to show them how to use those drones. What is the appetite on Capitol Hill, particularly in the Senate, that you can tell us about for giving this president the ability to do what he needs to do at this point?
Yeah, I would say there is a willingness to be able to have the president do what needs to be done from myself and from multiple others. There's always a caution when you go into war, because you understand these are sons and daughters of Americans and their families, and there's a lot of cost when you go into a war. But when you're dealing with Iran and its proxies for 47 years attacking the United States, President Trump is the first president that has had the guts to be able to push back against Iran and to say, you've got to stop attacking us. You've got to open up the Strait of Hormuz. You've got to stop your terror proxy network. You cannot have a nuclear weapon. They're an insane regime that would use a nuclear weapon. They wouldn't use it for deterrence. They would actually use it to be able to first strike, attack other countries, starting with Israel, coming to the United States, coming to our other allies like the Emiratis and others. So they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other presidents have said it. This president has actually enforced it and said it is not going to happen. I think it's important for our security. You're correct. The Iranians have continued to be able to push into Venezuela. Venezuela and into Cuba, and trying to get into our region as well to be able to put more and more pressure on us and to be able to find ways for others to be able to attack us. This president has been very aggressive to be able to make sure that we're isolating what's happening in Venezuela, giving the people of Venezuela a chance to restart and to not be a narco-terrorist state, and to try to get a restart for the people of Cuba who have longed for freedom for decades now. They've been living under the oppression of communism and socialism, which for some reason some elected politicians in now New York City believe that things are working great in Cuba. They want to try to be socialists like them. We in the United States understand the cost of socialism. The people of Cuba really understand the cost of socialism because they've lived under that oppression now for decades. We know the people there long for freedom. This president's giving them a chance to do it.
Look, I would be remiss if I didn't talk with you today about Senator Lindsey Graham and his passing and some of the things that you all were working together on as Republicans in the Senate and perhaps even bipartisan. One is this Russia bill. What can you tell us about it and the importance of getting it done at this time, and if you think you could?
Yeah, he really believed that he could get this resolved between Russia and Ukraine. Lindsey Graham was an outspoken advocate for our alliance and our relationship with Ukraine. He wanted to be able to make sure those folks could actually live in peace as well. It's important for the American economy. We've done a lot of trade historically in that area as well. That obviously all of that has stopped, but he wanted to be able to stand up for the freedom-loving people of Ukraine that's trying to deal with the oppression of Putin and his Russian military to be able to attack them. So Lindsey literally in his last trip was trying to find a way to be able to resolve this. The focus was a sanctions bill on Russian oil sales and natural gas sales to countries that are actually buying it. They know that they're actually funding the war against Ukraine. If we could put sanctions on the countries that are still buying Russian oil and natural gas, it would shut off the flow of money going into Russia, which would shut off their arms supplies to be able to attack Ukrainians. That was the focus that Lindsey had. Lindsey believed that he could bring resolution to this, and he was working very hard to get it done. The bill is now in a new form. Katie Britt is carrying his bill now, and we're adding co-sponsors onto it even today to try to bring that out as a bipartisan bill and to say, let's put the pressure on Russia and those that buy from Russia to try to get to an end of this war.
You know, it's fascinating, and I don't want to tie too many things together if they don't actually go together, but what I'm getting from what you're saying is that U.S. blockade on Iran works so well. Oil is at the heart of all of this, so why not try something like that again? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, no, you're not wrong about that. Lindsey Graham was very focused on that. I think it is an effective tool. It's a very effective tool of American diplomacy. But that blockade on Iran was also something Lindsey was very passionate about. I am as well. I think it actually puts the pressure where the pressure needs to be on it to be able to lock that down. Lindsey continue to be passionate about standing up for Israel, and I know it's become vogue now to be able to attack Israel. Lindsey was never in that mode. He was always saying that the United States is a strong ally with Israel, and that's an important relationship to us, and I believe strongly the same way. That's an important relationship. In a time period where people are attacking politicians for standing with Israel, he just unashamedly continued to be able to stand up and say, we're going to stand with them.
We promise never again, and I know it's perhaps outside the decades of life for some of those who are leaning in a direction toward heavy anti-Semitism, but you could just know history. It doesn't really matter your age. You could just read it. We made that promise to protect them. We went to war to do that for Jews all around the world. Look, I want to ask you about the tone and tenor right now on the Hill with the passing of Graham, and I say that kind of in a political view, but also a personal one. It changes the spectrum of things. His sister will move into his seat. She's non-political. More of a caretaker role was what the governor of South Carolina had said he might be looking for. So with regard to that, how does she change the metric in any way?
Yeah, I have to tell you, my desk is directly behind Lindsey's desk on the floor of the Senate. And yesterday when I walked in on the Senate floor and came to my desk, the desk in front of me has a black drape over it with white roses sitting on top of it. And it's very emotional for all of us because Lindsey was this common figure that just related to everybody. His sense of humor that was self-deprecating. He was never arrogant. He was just always working on this. He worked for the people of South Carolina. The man was a workaholic. He traveled all the time around the world. He spoke out on lots of issues. He stood for pro-life issues unashamedly, standing for the value of every single child. For his sister to walk in today and will be sworn in this afternoon as the new senator for South Carolina, and to literally sit in her brother's chair will be a very emotional moment for the Senate, and I can't imagine for her as well. The two of them were very, very close. And so for her to be able to walk in and take that spot will be a very difficult spot to take. It's in a critical time in the Senate. We're working through lots of issues with appropriations, with obviously the war in Iran, with lots that are happening. So she'll have her work cut out for her from day one, but it will be an emotional day. And as I spent some time yesterday on the floor, literally praying for her and for the nation, for South Carolina, for Lindsey Graham's staff, this is a tough season.
What are some
I think we already watched that. Yeah. So I find it interesting. Zink Roofer, we talked about the Iran-Contra. It's funny how you bring that up, and yet you don't support President Trump. You know, for every libtard or every dumbass that doesn't know history, let me tell you why the United States of America is hated by the world. It's not because we go and fuck up their countries. That's not the reason why. See, this is how I know that you guys are retarded. That and you don't know how to fucking do your research. Understand why. Don't just go, oh, the United States of America went to Vietnam. Oh my God, horrible. The United States of America went to Honduras. Oh my God, horrible. The United States, shut the fuck up. Why don't you learn why we were there in the first place? Listen, no government is perfect, no country is perfect. But I can tell you that the United States of America has gone to very, very many countries because of the innocent people that ask for the help and need the help. I don't think it's wrong for the United States of America to get a benefit out of helping some country. There's nothing wrong with that. Just like we did with Venezuela. We should have some benefit from helping them. We should have some benefit from doing what we're doing in Iran. Every country that depends on that oil should be paying us. Every country should be supporting us. You talk about this, Iran-Contra deal. So what? Ronald Reagan thought he was doing what he thought was best. We don't negotiate with terrorists. I get that. More reason for you to stand up and back up President Trump for what he's doing. I don't understand. That's like you have the information there. Is your brain just not working completely? The Vietnam War, big mistake. I get it. But Vietnam is today what it is because we went over there and sacrificed all the American lives that we did. Nonetheless, Vietnam is thriving in a lot of areas of Vietnam. Are they still communist? Sure. They are communist. This is why China takes advantage of them. And I'm going to tell you, every single one of the libtards that come into this channel, not one of you guys mention China and what China is doing with the Polynesian Islands. Not one of the libtards has ever come in here and told me, hey, did you know China is testing some nuclear weapons? Did you know China is over there harassing the Filipinos? Did you know China is over there trying to get rid of Taiwan because the United States of America is making a lot of money out of it? Not one libtard fucking comes in here and says anything like that. I wish you would. Who says, what were they talking about California here? Talking about California is cheaper than red states? Go ahead, prove that to me. Talk to me about it. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Let's see. Let's see. Where is California on here? Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we say, let's go ahead and let's take a look at this. Give me the top 10 states for business right now. Go ahead and right where you are, I want you to go ahead and find California on that top 10 list. Find it. Find California. Top 10. Top 10 states for business. Go ahead, especially the ones that were bragging about California. There we go. Come on. Can you see it on there? Huh. The whole West Coast is a prime coast to do business. The whole West Coast should be phenomenal for business. Not in the top 10. Why is that? Yeah, you may have benefits. See, socialists can only thrive as long as there is wealth already made. Ohio, number 1. North Carolina, Virginia, Texas, Minnesota. Well, that's a good. Minnesota, Michigan, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, Indiana. California was the largest economy. Let me tell you why I said was. There's rumors that Paramount wants to leave California. 47 years ago. Yes, they did. Iran started this 47 years ago. I don't care what deal. Listen to me. I don't give a shit if the deal that we made with Iran was benefiting us Americans. I don't give a shit about that. You know why? Because we made a deal. So just because the next person doesn't agree with that deal doesn't mean that they're going to war against us, but they did. They have been warring against us. And they blame us for that deal. Some people don't even know what that deal is, but it's all right. I want you to look at the list. Tell me, where is California? Now, just so you know, Washington State has moved up to number 11. So Washington State is not bad. It's not bad. And one of the reasons why Washington State moved to 11 is because Boeing decided to open up a new plant for the 737 jets in Everett, Washington. That's one of the major reasons. But 37% of the offices, business space in Seattle are empty. Empty. Businesses are leaving. With that being said, California lost billions to Alabama. I think it was Alabama. Washington lost hundreds of millions to Tennessee. Chevron leaving California. Top companies leaving California. They will not be a major economy for too long. Let me remind you that socialists who became communist Venezuela used to be one of the richest countries in the world. And where are they at now? 90% poverty level. And they just got hit with an earthquake. That's very tragic, very unfortunate. But I do believe that Venezuela, thanks to the nosy Americans, will find a brighter future for themselves. California, one of the filthiest corrupted states. For some reason, democratic states hate to prove to us that elections are safe. They want us to just take their word for it. No. Fuck that shit. I want to see some voter rolls. I want to see some audits. What is the one thing that I've told you? What is the one thing that I've told you that if I run for governor and I win, what is the one thing that I have told you guys? Well, you guys have been following me for a while now. What is the one thing that I told you that I want to do? Besides promising transparency, I want huge audits. I want the DOJ to come into my state and help me fight corruption. Every single governor, mayor today should be saying, doggone it, you know what? Fuck President Trump. But I will say this, not fuck the American people. You can say fuck Trump all you want. Don't fuck the American people. 80 million people raised their voice with their votes and put Trump in office. Every leader in every state, I don't care what color, should want audits. This is how you keep accountability. This is how you keep everything in check. If you're paying taxes, don't you want to know where those taxes go? Of course you do. And if you don't, then you're just ignorant. You don't know any better. You don't care. But it affects us. If President Trump wants to give, if the President of the United States of America wants to give me access, not my National Guard with my money, but with federal money, if the President wants to use my National Guard and he's going to pay for it, shit, thank you, President, whoever you are. It is just stupid to say no to fighting crime. If I was the governor in California, I'm going to tell you right now, I'll be ashamed of all the gangs that are still running rampant in South LA. Fullerton, Anaheim. Anaheim, I don't recognize Anaheim. It's gotten so ghetto. And with the invasion of all these illegal immigrants, it's gotten even worse. Now, you guys can say that I'm being hateful. I'm just being truthful. Man, when I was down in Fullerton, bro, I found the guy shot in the head right in the corner. Nobody even came to his assistance. Nothing. Who knows how long that body was laying on the ground? I called 911. Bottom line is, if you're paying taxes, it sucks. I get it. And it is what it is. But I want to know where my taxes are going. California's paying over $2 a gallon in taxes and regulation fees. We're paying $1.47, almost $1.50 per gallon of gas because of taxes and regulation fees. That is something that the Democrats have put on our gas tax. What's crazy is that this has been happening for years, and I've been telling people all the time, why do you vote yes for taxes? Why? And what's crazy is that the majority of the people that I talk to, they say, fuck that, I didn't vote for that. Voter rolls. I want to know. I want to know. Voter rolls. The Attorney General here in Seattle, Washington, he says that there is no illegal immigrants voting because everybody that they have asked if they're citizens, they said, yes, we are. To tell people today that Democrats want open borders, and the retards tell me that seeing 11 million illegal immigrants coming through the border unchecked is not an open border, it is beyond retardation. And I can't believe that they respond that way. When I tell them that the Biden administration was flying illegal immigrants, bypassing the border, and delivering them directly into the deep of the United States of America, they still don't see an open border. You blame Trump and the administration and ICE for all this bad shit that's happening. Maybe ISIS has made some mistakes. ISIS is wrong about the violence. Maybe. Those agents should be held accountable for it. If they're guilty, then they should be punished as such. But if they were just, accept it. Stop fighting it. Libtards cannot say shit about ICE today because you didn't say shit to stop the millions of illegal immigrants from coming to this country. Biff says, conservatives cry and act like victims like it's a sport. You're a fucking moron. Biff, you are a fucking idiot. You know what? I'll give you the benefit of doubt. You're not American. You're just another illegal immigrant talking shit in the conservative chat. No, there's some good people in California, bro. I talked to some Chicanos that support the United States of America. You know, they're American, man. Good people. Good people. There's a lot more patriots than there is un-American. Zig Roofer, I get it. He's probably drunk on Johnny Walker Blue right now. He's probably drunk. Every time he comes to my chat, it's too late. He's already drunk. I get it, man. PTSD, I get it. You know, our minds, they're fragile, you know, and as we get older, you know, that's just, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But I'm still going to give you shit because you're still talking. Man, it is a fact of life. It is a fact of life. That's just how it works, guys. There's nothing we can do about it. There really isn't. All right, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and remember the good old days when the POTUS of the United States of America was the great hero, the greatest leader that the Americans have ever seen in their life. Today we honor that president that sacrificed his life at the beach. Working for the American people. And the president that makes sure that all legislature, all the parties, was personally signed by him, not a digital pen. The president who has been the sharpest of all presidents. You can't pass a fast one by him. The greatest POTUS the libtards have ever seen. Here you go. You guys know who I'm talking about. Give it up for the greatest POTUS. For the greatest POTUS of the libtards. Yeah, you know who it is. The greatest POTUS.
Landed and is making his way down the helicopter stairs. We know his history with stairs, and this could be a disaster. Stand by. Eagle has made it down the stairs. He was a little wobbly at the end, but he made it. Eagle appears to be very disoriented today. We're going to need to do like last time and point out exactly where we need him to go. Secret Service team, prepare to point. Hold that point. Perfect. No way he could miss that. Eagle will be turning in 5, 4, 3, 2. He missed his mark. He missed his mark. Eagle is wandering. Jesus Christ. All units be advised, we are going to need a pretty lady or small child of some sort with nice smelling hair to get the Eagle back on track. And we've lost visual. Secrets.
never gets old. All right, guys. It's that time to call it. Hey, thank you so much for being here with me, man. You guys had a bunch of fun. I'm so glad that we got more patriots than libtards. And I hope that you were entertained today. I hope that you got some facts. I hope that you got some of that anger off your chest by insulting your fearless leader. Yours truly, the host of the Dennis Herrera Show. Thank you so much for being here, my patrons. Love you all. Thank you, Mr. Reed, Tanya, love you. Green Substance, Russ Babe. I think Russ Babe is in the house. Brian, my man. Mike, Jerry, all of you guys. Robert, every single one of you members, thank you so much for becoming members. Thank you for subscribing, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you for hitting that like button. I will see you all on the next one. Hey, keep it real. Be honest. Even when we're wrong, we got to admit that we're wrong. And with that being said, America is always going to be first. But sometimes, my friends, that means that we have to get our hands dirty in foreign countries. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. You all be good.